Okay, why is this broke? Okay, should be fine now. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I did not break too many things, so Mini got coffee, so doing pretty alright. Hey, listen, I got like 2 today. Okay, I felt like a badass, so I went with 2. How am I today? Pretty damn good. Was like chilling with my brother and his girlfriend and my mom. We're chilling. The weather is like fucking Pega, dude. So it went from like it's like summer, then it's like rain. Well, it's not raining. It was like thunderstorm, then it's summer again, then it's thunderstorm, then summer. It's weird as hell, dude. It's like it's just cycling, man. Blizzard is coming, man. Didn't break anything yet. Well, you know what they say, man. There is a first time for everything, or in my case, there is first there is like. Well, definitely not the first time. Definitely not the first time. Whichever time it is, definitely not the first. Is what I wanted to say. But yeah, you guys ready, man? Also, like, first things first, dude, like, where is here, like, see, Diablo 4 damage buckets. By the way, they called them damage buckets, man. Where I need to find, like, that spreadsheet for it, though. I think this was this one. I think this was this one. Oh my god, okay, I'm not Google searching, cause, like, fuck that. June yet? D4 soon? Soonj, man. Flashbang, man. Listen, not my fault, okay? It's like, it's fine. Goddamn pain, man. Goddamn pain. Yeah, on the second for the 90 bucks enjoyers, man. Imagine being one of those. Oh, wait. Also, Wish! First things first, Wish! Like, you were, like, sick yesterday. No shopping. Are you shopping today, though? That's important. Also, if you are, like, make sure to, like, grab some milk for me. Still haven't gone. Still haven't gone. And I don't think I'm gonna go to store until, like, Thursday. And on Thursday, dude, like, I'm gonna buy everything. I'm gonna buy everything. I'm not leaving the house for the next 3 months. Okay? We are not leaving the house for, like, next 3 months. By the way, Creparian did, like, a pretty good video. If you guys haven't watched it, we're gonna watch it a bit later. Creparian did, like, a good, how to make, like, a good build. You ordered online, okay, so did you do what I told you, like, yesterday? Did you, like, did you spend time with your kid on, like, Discord, and you guys just, like, click everything, man, buy everything? Basically shopping, just online. Alright, let's make, by the way, I can't make, like, a longer name, so I have to, like, go just with crows. Nice, dude, like, that sounds amazing, though. Just sitting there, talking, chilling, and just spending money. Then, like, oh no. Oh, Prophet! Well, hello. Well, hello, Prophet. How you doing, man? Alright, so what's the plan for today, though? We ended up on Amazon buying shoes and stuff. Oh, okay. I remember, like, Wish winning on, on casino if there are shoes involved. Don't tell me how much in a minus you are, okay? That's all I'm gonna say, man. Just don't tell me. Alright, let's see. How do I, like, make a new build without, like, deleting this one, though? My builds. Okay, let's make a barbarian. Well, Diablo, you just go here, I guess. A barbarian, Hota leveling. I don't care. Well, I'm gonna make mine. Wait, where the hell is it? How do I, like, make building this damn thing? Like, I know how to use this, okay? I want a new one, though. View edit build? No. Meta builds, skill trees, build planner. Oh, wait, here. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, so we're gonna go with... I want to, like, make another druid, though. We're gonna make another druid one. This one is gonna be... which one? Alright, chat, we're making the werewolf or a bear. You choose. What we making, man? Werewolf or a bear? We're gonna make one for barbar as well. So... I finally got the Diablo 3, lol, was finally on a decent dude, that game is on a that game's been on a sale forever. Seriously though, like, Diablo 3 is a decent game. Like, they turned that game into a decent game, though, so it is worth it. How much did you pay for it, though, Prophet? I have a dresser full of toasters. I'm good. Gotta get a new toast. Well, if you guys are searching for like a toaster, okay, I do have one. I do have one. Apparently, like a Beerge. Dude, freaking Beerge. Well, no Beerge for now. No Beerge for now. Alright, you want a Beerge. And that is, well, I'm gonna go with the Beerge then. Imagine like having any other skill than this too, though. Right. So the standard stuff. I'm not gonna go into the spreadsheet for the leveling. I'm gonna add that later because like I changed like some stuff on my druid, though. So I need to like redo the spreadsheet, man. The spreadsheet gaming. But we need to find the damage buckets, though. It has just under 20 on the Great British pounds, man. Actually, it costs quite a bit then. 20 pounds. How much is the pound nowadays? Compared to like euro. Omega lol pounds though. Alright, we're gonna make Berge. Well, this is how we're gonna do this. Let's see. Are stunned for 2 seconds, reduce damage for 4 seconds after hit. I mean, they're both good though. Like, both of these are good. Honestly, enemies overpowered. Well, this one considering that it's an overpower, right? 2 kilograms for... God damn it. Down from 60 God, dude, like, Diablo 3 was like released in 12... Diablo 3 release date. Release disaster, by the way. May 15th, yeah, dude, like, over 10 years and it's, damage. Damage, man. I don't know conversion rates. Dude, that game was released freaking... By the way, I was watching new class tomorrow, sort of a Sentry Summoner. I haven't seen the new... I saw that you get more rats with the Rage guy. With the Piper, man. Piper gets more Rage. Rage everywhere. Right, so... Let's keep on going. So yeah, I'll take this one, because enemy skill with Pulverize 4 seconds, that's actually pretty damn good. Like a defense. Obviously, imagine like not taking this. By the way, you probably go with this then. One good thing about like a bear druid, you take the debilitating roar, and this thing is insane. This thing is absolutely insane. Right, you take both unstoppable here. Honestly, I would rather go for like that one first, and this one. Dude, this node is insane. Heals you for 4% of your maximum life each second, man. Each second for 4 seconds. And I think you can increase the duration. So what is this stream about? This stream is about like this. Spreadsheet gaming, man. We have like this Paragon boards here. Flashbang, by the way. Then we have like this like new Druid leveling build of Flashbang number 2. And yes, it's all about that. We are prepping for Diablo 4 to go ham. Also, I'm gonna watch some videos as well. Have you already received a copy of Diablo 4? No. It's going live in like 2 days. Actually, it's going live in... where is the countdown, dude? Diablo 4 countdown. We are early access in 2 days, 5 hours. 2 days, 5 hours, dude. And hey, Coca, what's up? It's going in 2 days and 5 hours. I'm not like Diablo partner or anything, so we didn't get like that review copy or that. So don't worry about that. Was not planning to race anyway, because like... after I saw like what people are gonna do, so... But look at this, dude. We can preload the game in 5 hours, though, and 51 minutes. 5 hours, mate. 5 hours, 51 minutes before, and we can like download the game. By the way, there is gonna be a day 1 patch, right? So we are not sure how big it is, but there is gonna be a day 1 patch. In before nerfing everything. Wait, world bosses. Oh, dude. Do you guys think that world bosses are gonna be how many times do you think they're gonna be like a day? Do you think they're gonna have the same thing, like 3-4 hours, or do you think it's gonna be like less than that? Hi Twitch chat. Oh wait, I don't think like I enabled it. Let me see here. Problem is like I can't make this this one to show up though. Give me a second. 3 to 4 hours, yeah. I mean, it would make sense. Give me a second. I'm gonna ruin this. 24. No way. There's gonna be a 24-hour respawn, man. Okay. What am I gonna do with like the Pepega chat? I'm gonna hide that one, but I'll try to fix it so it shows like emos though. All right, there we go. I'm gonna not lock preview. I want to like open. Okay, that one is gonna go there. There we go. There we go. Now you can see, man. I was blind, but now I can see. Lock preview. Okay. Enable preview. No, cause like I like my PC not being on fire. My favorite thing about like my PC is not being on fire though. Why not now, Blizzard? Yeah. Like if it's up to Porchov though, he would like to delay the game and make us all depressed even more. I don't think I can handle another depression, man. Like I had like enough depressions. Like okay, leave us alone, dude. By the way, like we need to start like leveling this damn thing, dude. I put like one skill in pulverize. Honestly, like if I'm being honest with you, right? If I would be leveling, I wouldn't take like this one too early though. Even though like because of this one, you kind of want them. I think it's because Porchop is out to get you specifically. I mean, he is. So like we played that like Speed Freaks, right? That new game, new Warhammer game, man. Basically like Twisted Metal meets Mario Kart. Porchop's only mission in life was like to kill me, man. They were like, we played like what, like 8 players on each side. His only mission was to kill me, man. Evil. I don't want to hear it, Electro Boy. I mean, true. Dude, Electro Boy was so freaking good. Alright, definitely, man. Okay, so how many? So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have like one more skill left. Berge. What would Berge trample, man? Imagine not taking trample, man. You are playing a Berge and you take no trample. Like, what is wrong? Well, Grizzly Rage. You would switch to Grizzly Rage because like this thing is absolutely insane. This thing is so freaking insane that you want it. Freaking brought them. It's about small things. That's murdering a crow. God damn it. I mean, true. I did get some nice zaps on you though, so fair is fair, right? Alright, we're gonna go with this. And yeah, now you just pump your pulverize to there. Then we grab trample, cause Giga Chat trample. Let's see, trample. Alright, do we want to take like more? I think you want to like go as much for the fortified life as well. I think I would grab that one and go with this. Yeah, power claw, dude. I really hope that I'm gonna get find some time to play like between like the release. All right, so this is like how it's going. Like we need to like go in here. I said like that. You really want to grab that one as soon as possible. By the way, like about the Grizzly Range, I don't know. You are unstoppable every second. That is. Do you want to take it as as soon as possible? That one is still up to debate. Let me see what does that one. Ursine strength. Gain additional maximum life in 3 seconds after leaving Werewolf. While healthy deal increased damage. Okay, yeah, that one is insane. After being werewolf, you gain attack speed. After being werebear for a deal increased damage for 15 seconds. Wait, after being werebear for 2.5 seconds. Wait. This one is while healthy. You're kind of gonna be healthy all the time. Yeah, I think I would go for well, this one is probably like more beneficial if you have like double one, so I would probably go with that. All right, do you really want like the thing about pulverize? It's you kind of want to stomp somebody casting against. Okay, yeah, I don't think like you really want that. I don't think you need the spirit from this one. Berge operates on a different frequency, man. Okay, you definitely want to max out the crit one, but yeah, the first things first, get that one and max out wild impulses though. Alright, honestly, I don't think if for leveling it would be beneficial more than like taking, for example, Poison Creeper though. Like Grizzly Rage is insane, but I don't think I would level with it. I don't think like this is a skill I would level with. Like for example, like Cataclysm stuff is very good. Apparently, like Petrify, people who played it in like the NDA one, right? Petrify was like very strong. Because like if you read more about it, like this one against boss critical strike damage is increased to 50 and its duration increased by 6 seconds. Like in cases all enemies in stone, stunning them for 3, so it's a stun, right? You can stun all of them, which procs like damage on stun as well. So like all of these like seem pretty decent. I haven't tried Lacerate though. I tried Grizzly Rage, I tried Cataclysm. Cataclysm was fine on like level 25, but we didn't really have anything to buff it. It was okay. It's one of those like fire and forget though, so okay. This one doesn't really matter for the druid, for the bearge main. Okay, so let's so what we want to like is stack all of these up here, man. So this one, and we need to grab this one as well to get it out of the way. All right, and this one as well. Let's see, persists damage reduction while in werebear form. I mean that's just free though. Even though like I would go for this one, easy crit here. Damage reduction, defensive skills. Okay, we have 2 defensive skills, so I would max both of these. How many points do we got? We got 18 more. We didn't take the fortify there. We would keep this one. We don't really need the companion damage. Gain spirit when transforming to not really. I think that we have like better options here. While in Bay you receive additional healing. Okay, this drops to 20 seconds. 20 seconds there, and Grizzly Rage is like 10 seconds. And I think you can increase the duration, can't you? Yeah, I don't think like you can benefit too much from this one early. So I don't think like you should be leveling with that one, cause like unless you get the gear for it. So let's see what else can we get. I mean, we could always like level up. I don't know if it's worth like leveling Trample maybe, because Trample does like a pretty insane like amount of damage as well, especially like if yeah, dealing 105% damage. Because usually with a bear you go with a two-handed, right? You don't use like offhand, you go with a two-handed. Because you want to smack. Well, you would take all this. Earth skills. Actually, no. You take poisoned enemies are slowed. You can get slow from this one. Yeah, this is what you would take because basically you poison instantly with a poison creeper, right? And that is when you can like smack with that one. Oh yeah, we didn't take literally the Ursine strength though. So we have like 12 points remaining. Well, obviously you would... I don't know. I feel like one of the things... debilitating roar is too strong. Like, I'm really not sure like which one I would drop though for the skills. We'll put a poison wine there. I would put earthen bulwark there. Actually, this is not pulverized there. Storm strike. I mean, let's put the creeper in here actually. Okay, so what do we got? We got a debilitating roar and we got the charge. Yeah. A barrow charge, let's see, Thorns, maximum spirit damage from elites. Honestly, either Thorns would probably like be decent for like some easy leveling at the beginning. The best one would be like critical strike damage here. Maximum life is fine. I mean, they're all good. Like, this entire tree is good though. Let's say, chance to reset cooldown for your companion skills. Lucky hit to restore spirit. Fortify, yeah. If you are using like 2 defensive skills, so bolster is insane. Extends duration of the ultimate skill, well, not yet. Let me see here. Next. Every 10th kill causes your next earth skill to overpower. That is the thing though. And you need to change, you need that legendary. I'm not sure like where you get it though. I'm not sure like where you get the legendary for overpower. Is it from like, let me actually check that. There's that legendary that changes to earth skills. See, is it from here? Fortify, yeah, you take Fortify, you get like that one which changes Pulverize to Earth skill, but I think like those are all the drops. Like the Druid ones, like the Bear ones are mostly like a drop related ones though. I don't remember, I don't remember, yeah, so most of this, like, maybe it was an offensive one. Let me see. Actually, can I just search for like Pulverize? Oh, no, it's in a Havezar, so you can unlock it. The other one is not. Okay, so this one, Aspect of Ursa and Horror. So this is like a, I would go as, I'm not sure like where this one is, how is there, like which act, because you can go like wherever you want, right? But this dungeon I would go like as fast as possible though. Earth skill, cast Pulverized Tectonic Spike, continue deal damage over 2 seconds. So to take that, and because like now it's an Earth skill, right? You would take this one because it would like be overpower every 10th kill, which is like a, it would proc a lot, man. Man, it's a very difficult cooldown with your companion skills. So yeah, I don't know. With this one, you are kind of guaranteed to crit. So I'm guessing you would go like you would ditch trample for like your legendary power though. Because I would rather leave Poison Creeper because of the slow. But like for leveling purposes, it would be something like this. I wouldn't go Grizzly Rage yet. I wouldn't go Grizzly Rage that early. And for the codex specific ones, we would go for, let me see here, nope. Earth and Bulwark one, always decent, because like you're unstoppable and you can, let's say, basic skill, grand damage reduction. You definitely want something like this though. Earth and Might. Okay, on gloves we need like on offensive stuff, so. Actually, it needs to be the codex stuff. Let me see. Inner Calm. Deal damage, you stand still. Well, you're not gonna... With the bear, right? Damage skill slows enemies hit. Yeah. Well, you can get like free. So if you get this one for a slow, right? Once you get this one, you're kinda fine though. You're kinda fine. You don't really, because you have like new source of slow. Damage. Okay, this one. This is like probably the most OP thing that you can have. Like with this one, Bear Druid is gonna probably have like a highest crit, like highest hit in a game. I mean, he's just gonna slap there. He's gonna proc. He's gonna proc the overpowered pulverized hit, which is gonna like destroy everything. Freaking Orge. Yeah, this one. The Protector one, definitely the best defensive skill in the entire game, man. Especially for leveling. Deflecting barriers. So where was it? Yeah, that one. This is gonna be something. I need to make like a video as well, like the tips for like when you're starting out. My first tip would literally be like play on Torment, well, on World Tier 1. The second one would be to go for this dungeon. As soon as you're done with tutorial, you would go for this dungeon and complete this one. Because this one's gonna carry you through entire leveling, man. Even further than the leveling itself. It's such a freaking good thing, dude. Alright, so for the moment I would go for that legendary though, like movement speed. Well, critical one is fine, but yeah, this one, when unstoppable. And especially as a bear, man. Bear has like literally every skill bear has like unstoppable. Alright, for amulet you would go for, I think like this one, aspect of retaliation, I would go for this one though. A cool emote would be that a chick turning crazy bashing the priest. Sorry, was off topic. No, that would be a that would be a good one. It would be something like calm emote, man. Easy. Alright, so yeah, I think I would put that one here for the double prog though. Your core skills deal increased damage, cause and would switch this one to something. Bro Templar emote when? Well, you have Bro Templar, man. It's a bro. We have it, man. Yeah, wait, does it not show under like my emotes? Does it not show? Well, that's kinda rude. That is kinda rude, man. Let's see, we don't need any of those. Landslide Earthpill, no. Wolf Companion, no. Man, I really wish that I get to like try out the pets before like I reach max level though. When dashing, sure, okay, never mind that one. Increase the damage for next core skill. Okay, is increased. There we go. Critical, well, increase your critical strike damage for by 10% for the duration. Rampaging Were Beast, like with this one. If you grab like, if you manage to, well, this one is like in the dungeon. This companion, your companion skills deal bonus damage. Dude, they nerfed that one so much though. Trample now summons 6 landslide pillars of earth during its duration. Trample is now also a nature, magic, and earth skill. Damn. Yeah. So this one is a drop though. This one is a drop. Dude, this very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I think like then you would switch from if you get something like this, I would then ditch the pet totally, man, and just get a bear rage instead. Your companions gain bonuses from bestial rampage key passive. Wait, I need to see that one again. Earth skill, yeah, you can grab that one as well to crowd control enemies, which are always gonna be. Dude, there is so much good ones. Also, this one most likely Age Master aspect is what you want. That's a decent one because you can grab this one early as well. Okay, all of these are dungeon ones, right? Yeah. Alright, let me see here the resource and utility though. Damaging poisoned enemy with a skill instantly deals of the poison damage and consumes poisoning. Okay, the Umbral one always, after killing an enemy with Shred, never mind. Dodge Chains, Omega Lul, Maximum Spirit, and Spirit Generation by 20, while Grizzly Rage is active. Ooh. Damn. Wait, that's actually pretty insane. Well, these ones are like, I don't know. I tried this one, it didn't really feel good, man. So yeah, I think like the only one that is actually matters here is, where was it? The Umbral one. Yeah, this one. This one is like mandatory. Well, kind of mandatory. That's it. But as I said, like you're gonna use a two-handed, so you can't have like offhand. And I would go. Which one can be like? This one is like a codex thing, right? From Dry Steps. So I'm guessing, yeah, you would like put like a retaliation in your weapon. But yeah, you would like have to like constantly change it. Like he dealing damage goes up to 15 to restore 10 spirit. Something like this. Even though like lucky nature one, nature magic skill. Okay, nature magic skills. None of these are considered like a nature skill though. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, something like this would be like what I would go for. So yeah, the only thing I would change is basically change the Poison Creeper into Grizzly Rage. Honestly, the best option would be to keep it and change Storm Strike though. Like what you want. You would want to change this one. But the fact that we have like a... Dude, that Bro Templar emote is so freaking good that we have it on a different channels, man. I think that was like the first time like emote from my channel is actually been like used in a different channel. Like literally inserted there. Time to like pull a Nintendo and DMCA, dude. Be coming for you, man. Alright, let's see here. Oh yeah, this one, right? After being Werber, so this one affects your pets. I mean, that's insane. So how does this work? After being a werewolf, bestial rage affects your pets. That seems like makes no sense for poison creeper though. Nature magic skills, that is trash. Nature magic skills, nature magic. Your earth skills deal increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would grab that one though. Oh yeah. Like you would literally go for let's say when shapeshifting transforms into a different form, it deals increased damage. Transform into a different form. Upon shifting into werewolf or werebear, gain damage reduction against elites for 5 seconds. So what is this one? Fortifies. Shapeshifting fortifies your base life. Damn. I would go with that one. I don't know. Maybe grab one in there just to have it. Okay, here, let's see. Whenever you're stunned, base life. I don't know if you want to like go for something like this though. So yeah, like I don't know. I could leave the last three ones for like primal for this one Grizzly Rage because you can't respect from them. But I think like what ultimately is gonna happen like this main skill is gonna be gone from your bars. Like you know you have like a good build when you don't need to use like a primary anymore, and just have like a stake the rage there and be done with it. But yeah, something like this would be, and I would probably like go for like this one is like too situational. And as I said, like while remaining for, I'm not sure like if this like resets. I haven't tested this skill. I'm not sure like how it exactly works. Because it's worth maxing it out if it doesn't like reset stacks whenever you like leave form. I would like level this one as fast as hell, like provocation one. I need to test it out, so I'm not really sure on that one. But yeah, I would definitely take it. Would even like dodge like would probably like dodge even though like some of these are fine, but I don't think like you need anything from this tree though. Maybe nature's resolve. So I'm gonna grab that one and presume that it doesn't reset stacks. And that is it, man. This would be something. Honestly, like I would leave that one then and just grab. And this would be like my leveling one. Wait, let's. No, 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 no. Hey, get the hell out of here! Say build. Build the name. Crows. This is like a bearge, man. Pulverize leveling. We are not gonna go for, as I said, pulverize leveling. Oh yeah, gems. Where is the overpowered one? Overpower damage. This one Definitely fortify. This one, for my nature one, I'm not sure. Like maybe life is better than like, but for bear, you would definitely go damage reduction while fortify. And here armor. I mean, there's really nothing else. Basic resistance or resistance, yeah, armor. This is it, man. This is what I would go for the Berge. Alright, we got the Berge done. We got the pulverize. Let's make another build. Let's make the build planner for Barbarino. I want to make Barbarino though. Dude, I would like one of the good, probably best builds to level is Rend, but I would still play like my favorite build, man. If I was playing Barbar, like I would literally play the only build. There is no other build that is in the game except this one, okay? Let's see here. We need. Hey, Tony! We are just making like my Barbarino build for leveling. So a flay, cause like imagine having anything else. How you doing, man? Okay, here we would go for a shout. Okay, we're gonna go for like where is it? Where is my dude? I always forget about the freaking leap. Leap is there, all right. We have where is a war cry? War cry there. Challenge shout there, and a railing cry there, dude. That's it. There we go, easy. I'm gonna play a bleed, a torn barb, no matter what. Bleed is gonna be like a bleed. Bleed is gonna be great. Like I'm not sure how good it's gonna be end game wise, but for leveling, it's one of the best things. And Thorns also, like, not sure how good the scaling is, but for leveling, definitely. Alright, this one, let me see, damage over time, critical vulnerable enemies, basic skill damage, increased damage to controlled enemies. Wait, critical controlled to vulnerable. Wait, how good is Barb with, like, making enemies vulnerable, though? I forgot that. Technique, one-handed expertise, increases critical chance against injured enemies, rank 10 critical hits. I think it was like a sword, right? Showing 10 results. Polearm is increased lucky hit chance, rank 10, increased while healthy. Times 10 increased. One-handed sword expertise. Where's two-handed sword? Yeah, you want this one, right? Alright, the next thing is the skill tree, man. Alright, let's go. Flay, flay, I mean, this one is like to an enemy you gain damage reduction. Problem is like you don't want to. I prefer the bleed one actually, honestly, on Flay, cause you don't really spam it, especially like once you start like getting the damn. You're gonna be just spinning, dude. Add bleed there. Okay, easy peasy. Right, now we started to shout, man. This is where you start to yell. Base life, you gain additional base life each time. Fury and grants additional resource generation. That one. You gain 3 Fury. Gain thorns equal to your maximum life. Then you grab all of these, by the way. These nodes are insane as well. Grab the Jumpy. Warcry grabs Berserking. Base life is... nah. Fortify, because Fortify is a king. I just want to park my barb in the middle of the dungeon and go to toilet. When I return, everything is dead. That might work for a leveling, though. I don't think like it's gonna be that difficult to like achieve while leveling. Wait, no. Damage reduction while berserking. While a brawling skill, at least one enemy gain. When brawling skill damages at least one enemy. Okay, so those are all this, right? I don't know. I would take that though. Leap? You just need to leap or shout though. Yeah, I would definitely take that one. I don't know, I haven't tested all the ultimates though. One-handed weapons. Also, like, how does this duelist one increase maximum fury? Each time you swap a weapon, gain fury. Well, this one is like easy to do though, cause like you can equip every single skill to a different skill, right? Like to a different weapon, and when you leap, so yeah, I think that one would be worth it. Your increased weapon damage while using a two-handed weapon. Lucky hit. Using a bludgeoning weapon had any chance to stun enemies. Well, this is not for this build though. Dude, this one is super strong though. I hope that we don't have a D3 launch difficulty in D4. They're gonna be you're more like not will we get them? It's literally guaranteed though, because like this game is gonna be in a scale is gonna be so much larger, right? Basic skill generate more fury when using a two-handed weapons. I mean, probably gonna grab this one for leveling, while you still use basic skills. But it's not like an important one. I'd rather like see. Smooth launch for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. This one also 10 to for each bonus of maximum life you have. Okay, I'm not sure like if you need like all three though, but I would definitely take this for leveling. This one would be for leveling. You know, indeed, I know. I was there. I have king with while Tyrael was soloing stuff, okay? Honestly, for me, like, okay, this one is like whatever, man. Crowd controlling, but would max out. If it's up to me, I would max out that one first. Oh yeah, I mean, like leveling shouts, pro like level all this, then dude, I forgot about like goddamn maxing out whirlwind. Like, dude, imagine not maxing out your. Definitely maxed, because enemy to deal less damage. Such a good raid skill, like holy crap, man. Right, which one of this is like taunting damage reduction? Right, that one I don't feel like you should be leveling that one at all. Let me see, movement speed, resource generation by. Okay, this is just a racer. I think the most one that you get for is. Hey, Kingster, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Thank you very much for the follow. So I don't think like you want. This one is not that mandatory though. It all depends like how is it gonna like work into your like generation though. This one though, yes. I know it's only like 20, but it's still stronger. Greetings from Rijeka. Oh hell yeah. Pozdrav. Okay, increase berserk maximum duration and damage bonus by. How easy do you think it's gonna be like? How you guys think how easy it is gonna to keep berserking on? Enemy to bleed, you have chance to critical strike to increase the bleed amount. Wait. Right, I'm not really sure, like, because bleed should not be that strong on, like, whirlwind, though. When causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 100% of your critical strike damage bonus. Overpowering a bleeding enemy creates explosion. Okay, never mind. That's fun. Core skills increase damage but cost more fury. 100%. Dude, yeah. Grants, you gain additional by 3. Dealing direct damage with two-handed weapons. While all 3 damage bonuses are active, you gain additional 15%. Alright, so. You would put like two-handed bludgeoning on like a leap. Well, do you have like a third skill that like flay, I guess. Walking arsenal is like 75% more damage. Yeah. So as long as the thing is like I want to like keep spinning. Can you like set up? Is that like a thing in this one? Gear and skills. Did you check Rob's video? No. Which one? We can check the video like but I wanted to check the Creparians video, like the newest one. You can link it here. Nightmare Dungeon level. Ah, never mind. I'm not interested in those. I'm not interested in like Nightmare Dungeon level 100 ones. Like, and you can reduce the cooldown of it. The ultimate that uses all three weapon triggers all three procs. Oh yeah, but what like, that would like imply you need to change like the way that I make my builds, right? Especially the leveling one. This is my leveling build. I would not use like my ultimate skill while leveling on most of the time. The one exception was my druid, the nature build, but for leveling I would not use like ultimate skill. I don't think it's worth it though. I don't think for leveling the first part is worth it. So this is a leveling build, and I would not introduce that stuff into there up to like level 50, right? I would not like use ultimates because I don't think you need them, man. Also, Bish, what's up, Bites? That's the one thing that I would not use. Because like first of all, unless you get very specific legendaries for it, then yeah, I would only change that in that regard though. Barbarian gets great ultimates, which makes leveling quite easy. It's still, I mean, depending if you have like issues with like killing bosses. Obviously, like because playing Whirlwind, maybe it's better, but you would have to ditch like one of the things though. You would have to ditch a leap, because I don't think like it's worth like ditching any of the shouts. I definitely don't think like moving shouts is like the way to go though. And unless you can solve your resource generation without like a primary, like early into the build. Speak of that, let me see here though. Let me see. What does he get? Yeah, Bites, how you doing, man? Leap creates earth when it deals physical while standing there. You gain damage reduction. I mean that one is situational. When you deal any form damage, that one and not grasping. Let me see this one. Aspect of might. Yeah, damage reduction. Basic skill grants damage reduction. Definitely would take that one. Each point of fury generated while at maximum fury grants 45. When you hit enemies, a chance to crowd control to spread. Okay, that one was no. You gain 45. After it's swapping weapons 6 times. Okay, this one. Actually, no, it's not a deflecting. Is I always think it's the same goddamn thing though. Where is it? Aspect of the protector. Yeah, protector one. Literally on every build. Like you don't even need to watch it. Iron Screen grants. Nah. The game the most. Yeah. As I said, maybe it would be like good for me to have like a big cooldown, but as I was leveling though, I was leveling with spin to win, and I don't ever want to leave it. And like as I said, it will be like very difficult to keep the third one unless you can make the shout. Does so yeah, I'm looking for that one though. Can you like add in this one? And there is no notes, stats, paragon, gear skill. There's only a technique. I want to like you know when you can equip like a special skill. Does it let you do that here? Okay, you can't like add like a special weapon, right? I would use like a two-handed slashing obviously on that one. Use two-handed like bludgeoning on that on the leap. Because I think like you only have like 3 skills that are actually. Yeah. Like that's gonna be like, as I said, my say like this is how if I was making like a new text document, man. Where is it? It's a second. Why is all, dude? I have like so many random crap like open, man. Right. Let me see here. Bam. Add window capture. You're gonna level Druid first. Druid first. Barbie second. Then it's most likely Rogue. But like as I said, like this build, the Whirlwind one is one I used until like level 20. It was pretty freaking fun. I think the rend would be probably like I haven't tested like Hota, especially like the ones after change. But we don't know like day one patch. Once day one patch hits, right? Once day one patch hits, like we don't know like what's gonna get nerfed, what's gonna get buffed. So things could change. All right, let me see here. Where the hell would I put this one? Let me see here. Lock preview? No. Let's add like something like that. Okay, now lock preview. So like if I was gonna make a guide, right, for like new players, like the first thing would be like guide for a new, or well, like tips for a new players, man. Number one would be like a world tier one, man. Unless things die very fast. But because like world tier one, it's basically the loot doesn't change. XP like XP 15% XP is not worth it if you can kill fast enough, man. Don't watch any guides. Like listen, there is gonna be Tony like for people who played action RPGs like their entire life, right? They don't need to watch this. They know stuff like this. But for people who are playing, because you have to remember there is gonna be a whole lot new players, man, who never played like a Diablo game, never played like a this kind of like a top-down action RPGs ever. So stuff like that, and this game is pretty much like World Tier 2 at the beginning is like it's only there for like some kind of a challenge, man. It really doesn't give you all that much benefit. Like I would go World Tier 2 maybe if you are like in a group. Even then though, even then I feel like it would still be way too like it would not be worth it though. I would just go like a Blaster 1 because you don't get like new extra loot, no benefit at all. The second one would I would get this aspect, like literally this would be my second tip though, like this aspect of the protector, man. Clear a dungeon aspect of the protector. This one, it's one that is literally like behind you, right? You enter the city, you finish tutorial, you go back. You'll enter city, like, go back and finish this dungeon because it's like at the where you started. So this would be like my second thing that I would say to people though. And one of the third one would probably be that, like even if would build around any legendary that drops. If it buffs, but only if it buffs like a specific power, right? If you find like some good power, would literally respec, like it doesn't matter what you play, man. It's definitely gonna be worth it. As long as like a good one. If you get like a trashy one, any good legendary power that drops. So that would be that. Would also like what would be here like we need to put like something that is gonna be beneficial. Oh yeah, would never like would avoid imprinting main hand like a main damage weapon. So your primary, depending like which class you're playing, right? So slashing like whichever it is, I would not imprint anything on it because you will be, that's the one thing that you will gain most damage from, and imprinting is expensive. So oh no, flask for sure. Flask would be like something like a keep flasks on, like for 5% extra XP. Stat doesn't matter though. Doesn't need to be storms. You can go attack speed. You can go whichever, but doesn't really matter. Like depends on the build. I would go for attack speed though. Attack speed is also great because like Taurus is not really good on depending. No, I like Taurus and it's like the cheapest one. It's like literally the first one. It's literally the first, like the one that. So this would be like some of the five. Like what else? Okay. Would focus like everybody plays their own way. This is something like for somebody who wants to be like a bit more efficient with like obviously person who's gonna just like enter the game and like do his thing, right? He doesn't care, but would focus on main quest and dungeons that provide powers useful to you. Like you don't need to go out of your way like clear every dungeon instantly. I think it's like gonna be more mainly waste of time than just running around. Also, like when it comes to like finishing the reputation stuff, I would grab the skills from there and move on. Like grab like skill points per region and move on. Like this is like something that you shouldn't like worry too much. Like those Lilith shrines, they are not really that good. Like they are good to like have them all at the end game, but like +2 strength, man, +2. Like it's literally like the bonuses are not that important though. That you will go out of your way to explore though. Like I would leave exploring after level 50. For new players, for reaching level 50. Like as I said, like this is something that you want to do before. Like after that, you do what like you can just complete everything, right? Honestly, the way that I'm gonna do dungeons is since I'm gonna level all classes. My plan is before the season to level every single class to 100. So I will level every single one of them to 200, and I'm gonna clear like new dungeons with like each one, right? Because like there is a lot of aspects that are for the different classes, so I'm gonna leave those for like when I level with a different one. So what else do you think is important? Oh yeah, would dismantle everything first, even before selling for materials. Then I like this would be. It's not gonna be super hard. Like from what we gathered, it's not gonna be like a PoE kind of a thing. I don't think it's gonna be like too far away, but we expected it to be like the worst, right? Like something like Diablo. Diablo 2 was extremely like, but I feel like because they made it more of an MMO like light experience, they want like people to reach. Because like reaching 100 doesn't necessarily mean that you're done, right? Because like you still need to have like a fully optimized build. And also, you have to take into account the way that this game works, right? This ain't you Path of Exile. We're just gonna blast a map. There's always gonna be like events and stuff that are gonna like add to the XP, right? Like side quests and all that. So there's like a lot of ways to earn XP, which are not just like going through the map. I mean, you should not be losing XP because like there is a thing as a cheat death potion, and if you're struggling, if you're dying a lot, that means you need to like readjust the build. Simple as that. Oh yeah, and there is one thing though, like I good that you mentioned that. Focus on defensives. This is something that people are often overlooking, like right here, man. You will like this game you want to have like a huge, one kind of a huge like cooldown to like stay alive, man. Especially like on the bosses where you have like a limited amount of potions. Like I've seen so many people like struggling with killing like a boss because they have to like restart because they run out of potions, right? Remember, like it's more important to stay alive because you will get enough healing back if you can actually survive, though. But if you are going on full YOLO style blasting, unless you can like two-shot a boss, focus on defensive skills. Like is something that is very important. At least have like one or two on the bars always, man. One or two on the skill bar, at least. You will not be able, like, no class will be able to stay alive without like a defensive, like proper defensive skill. Yeah, we'll watch that Crypt video in a bit though. We're gonna be watching it, but his one is also like his guide also like covers pretty much like entire game, right? Especially like after 50, dude. If you're planning to build like go for a build that has like no defensive, and you go into the Nightmare Dungeon, which has like a limited amount of lives as well, so absolutely crazy, man. You're gonna need and you're definitely gonna need to stack them. What he does say is like stacking a single, it's better to have like a single like source of defensive buff that is like overall higher, like stronger, not like in Diablo, like where you had like a bunch of like 20%, 30%, 40%. If you can get something like from a single source that gives like insane like 90% damage reduction, right? You want that. Also fortify if you can get it like a fortify is like probably like the best thing that you can like invest into. Okay, invest into fortify sources. Okay, actually I would like probably put this fortify and vulnerable sources. Like every class should have like some form of something to help. Maybe source wouldn't though. But I would definitely invest into like both of these. Vulnerable is probably like mandatory because like your damage is gonna be absolute freaking trash. So what data mines found is vulnerable sources is it's the only one that is like multiplicative damage bucket which doesn't have anything like that stacks with it. Is the single most like strong like, and every class has it for a reason though. I'm not sure about the fortify. Like I think every class does have it. I know that some of them like well, Druid is like super easy to get it. Druid is Barbarian is also pretty decent at it. Who do we play? I'm not sure about Sword though. Can Sword get it that easy? %, uptime. Get fortify. I'm not good at fortify. Okay, so sword can good if your class allows it. How do I like word this one? How do we word this one though? Not sure how to like word it properly. Get fortify if your class has easy access to it, I guess. Would be something like this. Oh yeah, extract useless or like extract legendary powers that you don't need, and then sell for gold. Like this one is like something that is often overlooked, right? If you get like one of the legendaries and you don't need like you want to like you need quick gold, extracting the legendary power first, then selling it gives you like so much more gold, man. Like you still need but it goes back to this one. Yeah, but you will get them though. As you level, you will get those legendary. Remember, you don't need legendary mats early on, right? You don't need legendary mats early on. You're gonna get access to them like just like Diablo 3. You're gonna have like so many at the end. So I would focus on like if you need gold, especially if you're dismantling everything, but if you want like some quick buck, right? Sell for gold if you need. If you need though. Like what I would do here around like I would focus on basically anything like after like level 30 or level 20. Let's say like level 25. I would sell blues and dismantle rares and above. Yeah, that one. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. That's gonna be the final one when we get to it. There is gonna be like more stuff that we want to add though. Just thinking about it. Is there anything else that is? I don't know if you want like anything else to add. Well, we're gonna watch the video, then gonna see. That's what's meta. Yeah, like I feel it's gonna be the case for many people though. Like one thing about this game, while it's not that difficult to understand. It's not like a Path of Exile. It's still complex enough, but it's not like Path of Exile complex, right? There's like a bunch of different things that you need to worry about, but we also are not sure, right? Like a lot of these things. So some people say that if you watch the crypt video, like I think like the best thing would be to like actually go and watch the crypt video now, because he explains this in quite detail, and we are not really sure, right? We are not really sure like how he's gonna affect like those damage buckets or sources. He said like that some people said that they are not really as diverse as we thought they're gonna be. So where is like where is YouTube Criparian, man? Criparian. Where is the Cripo, man? There we go. Okay, can you guys even hear this? My YouTube is not turned on. Alright, okay, let me turn this one off. Now this video is very good though. Criparian usually like goes like too much into detail, but this one like was a good video. Like I didn't watch entire of it, but I was well Quinn69, man. He's gonna rage. You know how it's gonna be. He's just gonna rage. Wait, where the hell did I put? I'm trying to like remove that. Where the hell did I put the damn thing? Where's my text document? Is this one? Okay, there we go. Alright, for now, I'm gonna save.
Today we're going to talk about how to make a good build in Diablo 4. Now, this is a video that doesn't go into the crazy specification of perhaps the exact build that you want to be playing in Diablo 4, but now that we're kind of pre-launch and so much of the information is out there thanks to the data mining of the actual game, well, not the actual game, more so like the different beta, server slam, open beta type of cycles that we've been able to play, that's actually been like the entire
too
game.
Much, but only on YouTube. Like I used to watch him like a lot when he was playing Diablo.
People have data mined the entire
well,
game,
like
and we know a ton of information from the data mine combined with tests and experiences that people have had.
Once I stopped playing Hearthstone, I didn't really care anymore.
And from that, we actually have, in my opinion, a really good understanding of what it makes to have a good build in Diablo 4. So I'm here to get you guys started.
The good build is like have like 5 damage, like
background here.
All damage.
Again, while there's still a lot of uncertainty in
a lot of people, man. Boomy plays, Squirrel plays,
all that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I never even tried it. Like I quit way long before that.
The general idea of theory crafting, practicing, making builds It was huge when it came to like Diablo 3, for example. We did this so much day in, day out, and even though we were off in many cases, we were way off in other cases because we had so much hands-on
Diablo 3, though,
experience
Diablo
with
3
a lot
was
of the
it was a
mechanics
complex
of the game.
game, though.
We had a good concept of how things work together. When the game actually came out, our Diablo 3 no-life team, we were easily at the top of the game because, well, it was just so easy for us to fill in the gaps for the things that we didn't understand because we had done so much of the work already. So even though, yes, the game's going to come out, people are going to figure out this crazy build or whatever, but let me tell you a few things. It's really important to get that practice in if you really want to be at the top of the game anyway. But also, I've simulated, at least for Sorcerer, like all the top builds that I would consider playing, and they're all within like 30% of the damage of each other, which is an impressive feat that they've been able to get that close. Sure, possibly something might have escaped the round of balancing or possibly future rounds of balancing that Diablo 4 might have, but the actual tightening of the knobs, nerfing of the crazy interactions in the last server
He's the calculator, man.
Possibly the game is going to be really finely tuned, as a matter of fact, from a balancing
The game is not going to be...
That is...
Okay, I can already tell you one thing, though. The game is absolutely not going to be like really finely tuned. It might be like tuned for like leveling, right? It's going to be finely tuned for like 2 days, then it's going to happen. 1 billion damage. Somebody's gonna find something extremely freaking stupid that is broken and is gonna do like quadrillion damage, and there's gonna be a patch which is gonna nerf it to the ground. But I don't think like it's gonna be like what he says, like extremely balanced, right? Like we ain't getting that.
Pretty exciting. Now let's get into it. So the first is the goals
who is going to be the first one to fight, yeah.
What do you want to accomplish? What makes a good build in Diablo 4? When you start a new character in Diablo 4, you're generally going to have like a basic skill, which is either going to be a filler when you have low or no resource, or it's going to do low damage but provide some kind of fairly unique effect. But these skills, while they're kind of like basic skills generators, they're usually not going to keep up with the actual core skills or the skills that are going to constitute the bulk of the damage for your build. And as your character gains in levels, you start to scale the portions of the damage of your build significantly so, even more so when we start talking about the Paragon boards and the glyphs and whatnot,
yeah, so
to a point where the basic generator, it's not doing like half the damage of your main skill. It's going to do like no damage compared to your main skill. So one of the main goals that you want in a Diablo 4 build is to get rid of your basic skill or starter skill, and it does actually apply to most characters, though not all characters. Some characters can't get rid of it, and some characters can actually scale it, and possibly some very specific builds will actually focus on basic skills, but I kind of doubt that, and I'll go into that a little bit later. And part of that is the damage buckets. So believe it or not, people actually know.
You know why they call them damage buckets, though? Like that was always like the funniest freaking thing, dude. So because of the KFC promotions that they had, they could have used like any other word, man. But yeah, they decided to go with the freaking buckets, dude. Because of the KFC.
To great detail how damage multiplies in Diablo 4. And you might be thinking, there's no way that's happening, Chris.
Humanity,
well, let me tell you what. I saw a video, I think it's from Goblin Inc. or something like that, where they did a test with Thorns damage, because a weapon has like a weapon range, so you have to have like a crazy amount of testing to actually get reasonable results when we're talking about small percentages. But Thorns damage doesn't have a range, and because they were able to amplify the Thorns damage the character does, they were able to get an outstanding understanding of how the different mechanics in Diablo 4 work together. And again, more on that in a moment.
Now this one is going to be
another part of Diablo 4 is I think every character needs to have a multitude of defensive options.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we talked about.
Less damage taken from this, less damage taken from that. You know, you need some of that. How do I know? Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. But the fact that you can get like 90% damage reduction on basically every character basically tells me that you're probably going to need to get about 90% damage reduction on every character. And the way damage reduction works in Diablo 4, it's just reduces the remaining damage. Nothing really stacks additively, so it's nice to have a really big effect. Like if you have something that's like damage reduced by 50%, that's really good. It's much better than if you have 5 instances of damage reduced by 10%, for example. That's much worse because you're going to 90, and then of the 90, 10% of that, well, that's 9. That's no longer 10, and it starts to lose its effect compared to the additive scale. But nothing adds together, so big damage reduction numbers are really good, but you're still going to need a multitude of defensive
that's why like
options.
45
Another
comes in
part
after
I
that
think
because
every
it only
character needs
affects
in
the
Diablo
damage
4
potion that
is
you
kind of
actually
like,
get here.
oh crap, press the button. You know, it's the big defensive cooldown. We've noticed that because so much of the game is in effect conditional, and again, more about that in a second, sometimes you're going to get screwed. Circumstance is not going to favor the character that you've built, and you just need something to keep your character alive. The big defensive cooldown, I think, is core to every build in Diablo 4. And of course, as with all ARPGs, you want to have a character that can excel reasonably so with dungeon clearing and bossing. But they have mentioned that there are going to be some form of at least one pinnacle boss at the very end of the game
people
for
say that they
powerful
haven't
level
like
100
reached
characters.
that nobody actually reached
Possibly
it, so.
you might want a specific
But I could be
bosser
lying.
for exactly that purpose. So maybe an exception there. All right, great. Let's kick it off with damage buckets. We're going to have some spreadsheeting here, guys.
Yeah, like
now we do have
this one.
a little
Okay,
bit
he's
of
back,
extra
man, but,
detail here before you watch the rest of the video, and I do still encourage you guys to watch the rest of the video. I want to mention that the damage bucket system that I talk about in this video, and that you will see others talk about in probably lots of videos, even though it has been fairly well tested through pretty clever mechanics, I would say, it does actually utilize the in-game damage stats as part of its, let's say, theory crafting, okay? And it has been claimed by some that the in-game damage stats actually are wrong. Now, this has a few implications. On one hand, you know, the damage buckets you might see in this video or in another video doesn't mean they're wrong, but it does mean that they might be wrong. Now, you're going to see something like this, and I'm going to talk about it in the video. Right now, the new theory is kind of sad. You know, damage is the same, int is the same, attack speed, crit, but then like everything else is in a single bucket, which it's kind of sad because you're building a character is going to be like get damage, get stat, and then get crit.
If I would be
that's
on
it,
that
right?
bed, then
So
I
you're
had to
not
make
going to
wish
have
to see one famous person. I
gear
asked for
choices
crit,
if it does work this way, but that's still another theory.
Damn.
And again, it's a little bit of a mess because apparently a number of people claim that the in-game damage stats are not actually correct. So it will probably be a case of
everything that people were like basing their theories on, right? So with the way that damage bucket works, you can there is like 4 different, right? Like 4 different or 5. I'm not really sure how much was it again. So like those are the multiplicative like damage types which you want to like stack as much, because like that's how you like scale your damage properly. But apparently,
for sure,
by the new theory,
there's
like only like 2.
A lot of what people
like
base
plus,
their theory crafting on is actually on the in-game tooltips. So keep that in mind and enjoy the video. Okay, so how does damage scale in Diablo 4? It's actually impressively elegant. Early on, because people kind of reference the game to like Diablo 3, and Diablo 3 does not work the same way as Diablo 4, we thought stuff like damage to elites was like really strong, because that in Diablo 3 is its own standalone multiplier. In Diablo 4, not so. So this is how it works. First of all, we have all damage. So what is all damage? All damage is basically like your skill tree. Actually, your skill tree is really powerful. We'll get into that in a second. So don't think about that anywhere else. It's generally just the skill tree and the legendary aspects, of course. We have intelligence for sorcerers. I'm going to go for...
Okay, so you see, like each class has its own like main stats. So for rogue it's dexterity, for necro is intelligence. Actually, I think intelligence is only intelligence is the only one stat that is for both necro and sorceress. Druid is a willpower, barbarian strength. So what this technically means, like the skill damage is based around this one. So if you stack intelligence, you get like more skill damage. The tooltip says that in the game as well.
For sorceress, but you'll get a very good idea for the other classes as well. So this is your main stat. And I believe it's 100 of your main stat gives you like 10% damage. So if you have 1,000 intelligence, your damage is times 2. And nothing else will add to that. It'll just be multiplicative. Attack speed. Attack speed sometimes will multiply your character's damage, but depending on the character, not always. Same goes for crit. Crit is additive. If you have 50 crit chance, and then you get 30 crit chance, well, you have 80 crit chance. Simple as that. And critical strike damage, but again, there's going to be a little bit of detail on that one. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. So the next damage bucket is damage versus. So damage to something with a condition. So if the target is burning, if it's crowd controlled, if it's chilled, if it's close, if it's an elite,
yeah, that's
healthy,
why like elite one is not as OP as people thought
stunned,
it was gonna be though.
All of that adds together. So if you have like 100% damage versus burning and 100% damage versus elites, you're not going to do quadruple damage because it's not double your damage and double your damage again. The damage versus is a bucket. Those are going to add together. And in this case, if you have 100 to burning and 100 to elites and none of the others, that's 200% damage. So it's going to triple your damage to that target if those conditions are met. The next bucket for Sork is really interesting. Damage while healthy. Okay, now this is a condition of while. While something is conditional with your character. For Sork and Rogue, that actually only has a singular source in the game, and that is supremely important. For some of the other characters, especially
for Druid, is like we're getting trolled though.
Sources, but again,
yeah, that's because we have a fortified though. So yeah, like so this trick unless have fortified, they don't.
The next one is damage with. So if you're doing damage with burning and basic, let's say you have Firebolt. You have 100 burning damage and 100 basic skill damage. Well, Firebolt is going to do triple damage. And this is why I think basic attack skills are kind of a bit dead, because I thought that the gems and some of the basic attack skill damage that we saw as a stat on weapons would be its own multiplier to bring basic skills in line with more advanced skills.
So yeah, basic skill
it seems like that's not really the case, and there's actually very few basic skills in the game that will probably escape that no longer big difference. So this is damage with. Damage with, damage against, damage with a self condition, and vulnerable damage. Vulnerable damage is very important. The baseline vulnerable damage is 20. So if the target has vulnerable, you deal 20% more damage to it. Now, if you get something like 50 vulnerable damage, that adds to the 20. So if you have 50 vulnerable damage, which can show up on like the implicit of a crossbow for a rogue, by the way, you will do...
Hey, General Killman, if I get the statues of Lilith on softcore, does it carry to my hardcore character? No. Both hardcore and softcore like are different servers, so if you need to complete basically the story on each. If you plan to play like a season and skip like a story in a season, you need to complete it on both.
1.7x, 70% more damage to a target if it's vulnerable. Because sources of vulnerable are actually quite plentiful, not just on gear, but on paragons as well, I would be bold enough to say that if your character does not have relatively high uptime on the vulnerable status, your character is going to suck. Okay, now a few of these might be pretty hard pills to swallow, but you're going to have to trust me on this one. Now, on the other end of things, damage reduction works, again, the other way around. So if you have like 50% damage reduction from burning and 50% damage reduction from, I don't know, close enemies, it's going to be 50 and then 50 of the 50. No one's getting damage immunity in this game, okay? That's not going to happen. But one of the
people are gonna find a way,
important aspects of all builds and designing a build is realizing, look at this.
So yeah, so what generally he does say here is like get your main stat, your like main damage, like skill points and stuff like that, right? So that one main stat, like attack speed, as I said, attack speed bonus. This one, I think like pretty much everybody's gonna like what he said is gonna be benefiting from this. But usually, I think like the class that is gonna have like a least impact is like something like a Sork, yeah, like a magic based one. And like stacking, so damage versus, so for example, when we checked what I was doing like with my druid, right, like I scaled, basically I was looking for like the elites one as well, but like elites and distant, I have like distant in a 3, which is super good, but whenever you get like a single source from like all of these, right, it starts to lose its value as like as long as you have like one of them. After you get like one, the other ones like are still good, but they're not as good as getting like at least one of these. So for example, for when you look at like a Sork here, damage while healthy, man, like getting this one is stronger than getting like, I don't know, like 3 sources of this, as long as you have like one inside the bucket. Does yeah, well, thorns is like the damage itself though. That's, I'm pretty sure like they did it with the thorns in mind, because like it amplifies the damage that thorns is doing, right? So it's basically the same thing. I think the thorns would like just go into this category itself, like it's amplifying your like main damage and that's it. Actually no, like I don't think like thorns is either part of any of this, so it's like amplified by all of this together. That's why like thorns is gonna be good, but we are not really sure like how good in the end game it is gonna be though. Like we don't really know. Like this entire 3, right, could be like how they say, like this entire could be wrong. Like this is something that people data mined. Like we don't have the actual game yet, so this is just like a theory. Like it's pretty spot on like in a lot of things, but until we actually get the game and people test all of this and confirm it, we don't really know.
You know, so this is
so
damage if
this
you
video
crit,
could be used
damage if you crit again,
damage
with many different conditions. Damage if you're healthy, so over 80% health. Can you heal your character consistently over that threshold? Damage with different things. Damage you're vulnerable. Everything in Diablo 4 is conditional. And this is not something that goes away. These are not check marks that you really have to, yep, and then we're done. Conditional, who says, right? No. It's not quite that. For example, I have seen a lot of Sork builds going chain lightning. And I don't mean to throw anyone on the bus, but I will give you my take on this. Okay, so they use the Firebolt enchant, which gives chain lightning burning damage. So they're getting a lot of damage reduction from burning. But here's the thing: if you really think,
but it doesn't necessarily mean so though, Tony. Like it depends if something can change the condition itself. So if something can force the bleed to crit, like if there's like a legendary or something that can affect it, then that changes things. But yeah,
think
like,
about
what
it.
He's showing that
if you
like
find a pack of like 10 mobs and you chain lightning it, it's not going to hit all 10 of them. So if like you're basing your defenses off the target being burning, you really have to think about if that is going to be something that is a high level of consistency. Can you rely on that for your character to function? So I would argue that chain lightning is not the best skill to rely on reduced damage from burning because, well, if you're taking 75% less damage from burning targets and you're chain lightning a pack and you don't hit something, well, it might kill you in one hit then. And then what? Well, our character is not going to be so good anymore. So these are very important things to realize. Everything is conditional, and you really have to use your brain here.
Damage, like you reduce damage from cold, and you're playing like a fire Sork. Big brain.
Just how likely it is for those conditions to work out with your end game build. Another part I want to go over is lucky hit. There's 2 kinds of lucky hit. And this is from like the Lothric build calculator. It's a cool thing. It's very basic. It's just what I used. So if we look at Arc Lash, it has lucky hit chance 30% per hit. And if you crit, it actually hits a second time. So Arc Lash has like a 30%, or if you crit, a effective 60% base lucky hit. Okay. Now I've said this a while ago, but some people still didn't believe me. if we look at Hydra, which has a lucky hit of 53, so you summon a Hydra, you can get an extra head if it's healthy. It lasts for 10 seconds. Those heads are constantly throwing fireballs at the target. The lucky hit chance for Hydra is per use. Skills that are per use is if every single hit, portion of the damage over time hits the same target for the full duration, the then lucky hit is whatever it states. So compared to the two skills I just said, if you use Arc Lash and Crit, you will have a higher lucky hit than if you have a Hydra out for 10 seconds that has hit the same target and never missed for the entirety of its duration. So obviously you can tell that Hydra's lucky hit is complete garbage. And then some other skills are pretty good. But, you know, this is very important to know. Firewall, lucky hit is per use.
There we go.
Meteor,
big
per use. That's 40 lucky hit chance. But when the meteor hits it, well, that's not the entire use. I bet you that it actually considers the burning ground as well. The other aspect is, it turns out, and this is a new development, and there are always going to be things that we learn as a community, but apparently Sorc skills, and possibly not just Sorc skills, have hidden attack speed multipliers. And again, you know, some of the basic skills have it. Arc Lash has an attack speed multiplier of 1.25. This has been figured out from calculating the frames of all the different attacks.
Like, imagine how big brain. So somebody would like just take the image and then he would just keep slowing it down, comparing it to the other one to like figure out like it has that hidden multiplier. Imagine how freaking big brain you have to be, man.
And if we look at the oh so beloved Chain Lightning, oh, no attack speed multiplier. So actually, if you want to play a lightning based build, I would say there are more reasons now to choose Charge Bolts, which has an attack speed multiplier. So this is more of a lesson that we're always kind of learning how different things work. I do suspect that a lot of content creators who have pushed Chain Lightning builds, at least in the very end game stages, might want to at least consider a few other options. In terms of the lucky hit chances on the skills, just for clarity, in terms of a mechanic, if you get like lucky hit chance plus 5%, that's like 5% of the skill. So if I put 2 points in that, lucky hit chance increased by 10%, and if I use Chain Lightning, which has a lucky hit chance of 25 per hit, that would be 25 plus 2.5%. It would be a lucky hit chance of 27.5%. Now, this is easy to understand when we can all actually play the game, because that is actually updated live on your character's tooltip in the skill tree, which is pretty good. Another thing that I think really needs to be addressed is having reasonable expectations for the gear that you can expect for your character. Now, Aeronaut is someone who's done a lot of cool Sorc Theorycrafting stuff. He's made a spreadsheet, and I have certainly benefited from this. All the different stats from all the best gear has been data mined as part of the server slam and whatnot.
Of course it was.
It might change, there might be something, whatever, but, you know, there's some interesting things to learn. The maximum crit chance you can get with a two-hander is 26% on a sorcerer for the entirety of your gear. So much crit builds aren't looking so hot unless you can make significant use of the legendary aspect that gives you massive crit chance when cast above 100 mana. Now, another few things that you'll learn is there's going to be a lot of good stats on every piece of gear, but you can't get all of it. For example, if we look at like chest, overpower damage 61, sign me up. Damage 15, let's go. Fire damage 20, let's go. And then we start looking at the defensive. Oh, what is that? 31% max life? Are you kidding me? I mean, that actually sounds kind of ridiculous. Damage reduction over 10%. Damage reduction from close. Damage reduction, from burning 20%, barrier generation, insane resistances that you can get on a chest, right? So, well, we don't know exactly, but the absolute best items that Blizzard has showcased, the like super rare ancestral uniques level 100, like they showed the Harlequin crest, yeah, that still only had 4 stats on it. 4 stats plus the unique or legendary power. You know, there's like 12 stats that you want, but you're not going to have 12 stats on your chest. And this actually starts to break down a little bit, because it's like, well, it's a Diablo game. Obviously, you go crit, right? critical strike, critical damage, see you later, mob HP. Well, okay, so if you
So
get
true,
crit
man.
and critical
D3
damage
dude.
on every single piece of gear, you're going to start to notice that, well, you can't get like damage reduced from burning because it has no space for it anymore.
The
You
overpowered
can't get
damage
like
is like...
int, and
I
int
wouldn't invest into it, dude.
is a
It's
standalone
very
multiplier,
difficult to scale it,
right?
so fuck that.
So actually, a lot of characters that people imagine haven't
it's like
really
not
been
that,
weighed
they're
in
not scaled,
with the
like
gear
rocket.
options. You need to have fairly reasonable expectations. The next part that I want to kind of go over is the skill tree. So the skill tree is one that actually most people have experience with. So you probably will know a lot of the basics that I'm talking about, but the interesting thing about the skill tree is the skill tree generally has multipliers, and that is pretty good. Like if we look here, your core skills deal 3% increased damage when cast about 50 mana. That's times 3%. So this, regardless of anything else, is a standalone multiplier. That's what that means. And obviously, if you look at like
big,
glass
yeah.
cannon, you deal X 6% increased damage. Typically, the legendary aspects are going to be like the same. I don't know if we have here. Okay, aspect of control. X 30 to 40% more damage to immobilize, stunned, or frozen. So X, always times, always standalone. That's the case for most legendary aspects, and that's the case for most of the skill tree. And in some cases, and I actually learned this one recently, could be wrong, but here's an interesting one. So you deal X 10% increased critical damage against burning enemies. Not critical damage, times critical damage. I believe that this is critical multiplier. So that's pretty cool. And there's a few things like
one
that
of those
as well.
broken mechanics, right?
Meteor has something like that as well. So it's pretty interesting. The board is deceptively powerful, and all your decisions are going to matter. And because of that, even though it looks like a really simple path to make a character, the slight differences can be so impactful because a few of these points can be a few total multipliers to your build, either offensively or defensively. Another aspect that's really interesting that again we found out in the weekend test.
Like for everybody watching, like right, multiplier. Whenever he says that, it's like it's the best thing, man. More damage, way less damage taken. Multiplier is good.
Whatever we had. So in Diablo 4, if you get plus to like a grouping of skills, like if you get plus defensive skills on your amulet, it will actually unlock all of these skills as well. So that can save you a few points. That is something that's very important for some builds because, well, for a Sorc, you actually definitely want plus defensive skills on your amulet because every build's going to use like
but it
3 or
only
4
unlocks
of that.
the basic one,
So,
right? You would still need to like invest if you want like
there.
the nose.
Now, a lot of people, they know their skill set up and they're ready to log in and play some Diablo 4. And honestly, I'm not going to tell you guys how to play the game. But I do think it's important to tell you that the real build crafting begins with the Paragon system. The Paragon system
we saw
is
that yesterday,
unbelievably complicated. All classes start with a Paragon board that looks like this. It's called the starter board. And while it looks like this and the position of these rare nodes and blue nodes is the same and the glyph socket is the same, what they actually do is going to be different. So after level 50, you get, I think you get a total of 220 Paragon points. So you basically use it as a skill tree. You go this way, we'll pick up the glyph socket, and then when we go up here, we link another board. So how about that? Let's go Burning Instinct. Bam. So then we have another board. Our skill tree is extended. But wait, these boards, they rotate. So Diablo 4 is a game where you basically design your own skill tree and navigate it. Now there's a few very important aspects to it that I think need to be considered. First off is knowing all the available glyphs. And again, this is data mined information. And this is very valuable data mined information. Glyphs are either going to scale with a stat within the range of the glyph, or will provide an effect if a certain threshold is met. So if we see here, Unleash grants 240 to magic nodes within range, requires 40 intelligence. Now to get 40 intelligence, sometimes will just be by default, but you know, sometimes not. So you have to weigh in those options. If you're wondering how many glyphs you're going to use on your character, I have seen powerful builds that use as low as 4, but I think most builds will aim for 5 or 6 glyphs. And I will say that unless you really know what you're doing, if you have more than 6 glyphs, it's going to be a mistake. And I'll cover that here shortly.
Yeah,
One thing that you'll notice is that the glyphs usually buff a type of skill. So if I want to go with the Adept glyph, my mastery skills gain an insane amount of damage, because it's for every 5 int, I get 14.4 damage. Well, Don the Crown has this spreadsheet, and he goes over the maximum stats within range of each board. So where can I get the most int? Well, Static Surge, but actually Static Surge is terrible, so I wouldn't recommend it there. But it turns out that the starter board always has 70 of your primary stat, and that's pretty good. All right. So we can actually pick up the Adept skill and get 70 intelligence, and with 70 intelligence, we can have like 200% damage with mastery skills and gain area. So the glyphs have massive bonuses. But if we go back to the damage buckets, your goals with the glyphs are usually to fill in the gaps for what your gear can't give you, or what the Paragon board nodes can't give you. Are you missing crit? Well, maybe you can get that on your glyphs. Are you missing a lot of stats? Well, you can certainly get that from a lot of glyphs. But more importantly, the two really big categories are damage against a condition and damage with a condition. And if you have like 400% here and 100% here, you're going to want glyphs that, you know, help with this category. For example, if we have like 400% damage with between elites, burning, and close, and we only have like 100% fire damage if we're using meteor, if we use the mastery glyph, which is, you know, damage with mastery skills effectively, that would be an enormous bonus, because we're going from doubling the damage to quadrupling. Yeah, quadrupling the damage in that bucket category. So using those bucket categories and accounting for missing amounts with the glyphs is a very powerful way to approach a character build. So, okay, I will go with Adept. Oh, actually, is it there? Okay, cancel that. So we'll go with Adept here, and to really make use of it, we're going to want all the int nodes. But now that we have all the int nodes, it kind of changes up how we want to navigate this, right? Like actually there's like no int nodes there, but this one gives 10 int, so we actually want to pick that up. So we do that. Do we want non-physical? Let's go with non-physical. Let's go that path instead. So you're going to have these decisions, and these decisions are going to change based on the glyphs. You also level the glyphs up. I don't know how long that's going to take, but it's probably not going to be instantaneous. Diablo 3 has a similar system like this with the little gem things, so
yeah, that's
maybe
probably
it's
going to be
something like
that is the long-term progression, because like
now,
each of these
as
glyphs
you
goes
link
up to level
up
20.
and you start to progress and you start to get other nodes, you're going to start seeing stuff like this. So you're going to have smoldering embers, damage reduction from enemies that are burning, and then a bonus, another 4% damage reduction from enemies that are burning if the requirement is met. These requirements are going to be based on how far away the board is from your starter board. All right, and it's, at least for Sorcerer, it's going to be 2 of your non-main stats. So the requirements, actually no, I think some requirements are int, but it's almost always dexterity or willpower. 2 stats you usually don't want that much of, and even if you did, aren't as easy to come by as you might expect. So this is fine. You know, I'll probably have a, I mean, it has like details here. It tells you how much, you know, stats you're getting from the Paragon system, because a lot of these small nodes actually give you quite a lot of stats.
Be worried.
But the
okay, so for this part, you shouldn't really be worried about like the only thing that you want is to get the boards with the glyphs that require like your off stat first. That is like one way to like to alleviate that issue. But like as I said, like the higher your gear score gets, it's gonna be easier to get like higher level stats to like do something. But you have to keep in mind, like the more you, of the stat of like the main, like for example like dexterity, you don't really want to stack like shit ton of dexterity on like a mage, right? You will, so you want to have like one piece of gear, but you don't want it to be like what he explained earlier on a chest piece. Chest piece is like super OP for like max health and stuff like that. So you want to get it on like some of maybe like a boots or like the pants. It all depends, but as sooner you get it, like it's easier gonna be to fill it for those bonuses. So you want to grab whatever like glyphs you're getting. You want to get like a dexterity one first, and what I did with my druid. So willpower is the last one I got.
The idea is that, you know, you put a glyph here, sure, whatever, and then you see the shortest path to the next one, you know, so we go here and then we attach. Yeah, let's put that one there. Let's rotate it there, or actually no, that was pretty good in its first setup. So we go there, and then we link like this one, sure, whatever, and then we get this, and then this is the shortest range to the next Paragon board. I'm getting somewhere with this, by the way. And then we get to this Paragon board. Yeah, well, this is going to be like 180 times 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it's going to be 180 and 90 times 3. So that's going to be, what is that? 430 willpower. That's kind of a lot. And this is going to be 430 dexterity. Or 50, sorry. That's kind of a lot. And this is 1, 2, 3. I have seen builds that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no chance you're going to have like 900 of every stat on your character. I mean, you can, but then you're not going to have like any crit or any like fire damage or any of this, any of that. Because again, 4 stats per item, probably. So that is pretty interesting. So how do we tackle that problem? A lot of the rare nodes are pretty good. Not all of them, but a lot of them are pretty good. But the way that you tackle that problem is by branching out. So if this is one board, you actually kind of want to link another board there. So instead of going 1 as your first board, 2, 3, 4, it is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then you can have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if you have 4 boards total, like your starter plus 4, you want like a cross pattern, right? And then after that, I mean, you have to go for another one in the chain. But the other one in the chain, like, you don't have to get all those rare nodes. You know, in some boards, it might be better to avoid them. Some of the glyph requirements aren't that big of a deal. Some of them you can ignore because you just want the scalar, or some actually just don't have. Like, there was one earlier where I showed just 40 int in the range is all I needed to activate the glyph. Sometimes you just want to activate the glyph, and that is worthwhile. That is for you guys to figure out. I have pretty good mastery over this system for Sorc, but after Sorc, I don't really know that much. Okay, so that is for you to figure out. Now, each board also has one of these legendary nodes. Now, across the board, most legendary nodes are pretty useless for just picking up for all builds. They're usually very build specific, but sometimes you are playing that build. For example, this one heavily boosts your burning damage if you have crit damage on your character. And, well, if I'm playing a burning build, I'm actually going to want that. So we actually use that. Usually the legendary node is quite far away in terms of distance traveled from the glyph node, but the glyph node seems to be always worth it. So if there is a legendary power that you want on your character, you usually want it to be right after your starting board. And the reason you want to do that is because, well, like, look, if I get the legendary node there, suddenly I'm really close to this side of the board. So, you know, putting a board there, and a board there,
so, like,
sets
with this,
me up to have kind of the cross pattern, so I can actually reasonably have the stat requirements for the rare nodes that follow.
So you can keep them in check like that.
That's really, really important. And overall, I think this system is going to take quite a lot of practice. I think there's a lot of
Oh yeah, for sure. Like you're gonna be respecting
out.
this. Well, not
for
every
example,
day, but you will
one
be
trick that
respecting
I'll
a
give
lot.
you guys for free. Best glyph in the game for Sork. Where is it here? Imbiber. For every 5 willpower, you gain 8.8 increased damage while healthy. Now, this is its own bucket, as we have learned. While healthy.
Yeah, that one is not
Turns
true
out,
for like
that's
Druid
the
though.
only way to get while damage on Sork. So Imbiber is actually going to be in every Sork build that doesn't suck, which again then leads you to possibly it's a good idea to have a little bit of healing on your Sork builds so you can get this condition if it drops off your character, if you go below 80% health. So that is also very interesting. But this process, it will take you quite a while. And again, I'm sure it'll change. I'm sure it'll change with the seasons. I'm sure someone's going to figure out something that works a little bit better. But knowing the basics and having kind of gone through it a little bit,
this
or at
is
least
like where the majority of your power
it,
is gonna be.
is
So somebody
really
like using the same boards
mastery
in a different
over
way
builds in Diablo
could have like
4.
such a drastically improved
That's my
DPS
take.
compared to you.
You want build examples? Well, they're coming up. Tune in the next few days.
Alright, well that was pretty in-depth. I didn't know that like that crossing between the them. Okay, let me just... I didn't know that if you go early like on both sides, didn't pay attention to that, like you can reduce the stats, which is pretty huge. Right, where is this damn window? Is this one? No. Actually, it's fine, like we are already in there, so just switching to this. Right, where my Paragon, I need to save this build, which we didn't finish. I'll finish it later though. Wait. Didn't I like name this one? Let me see here. A Whirlwind Barbarian build. We're gonna... Actually, I don't need to... Because yeah, you can't like put any more stats, so where's the point though? Skill 3. Yeah, I still have 9. I'm gonna finish it. I just want to see like where's my other builds. So the one that I did here. So you see what I did here with the Paragon. This was a mistake then. How I kept going. So what he was saying is basically I should have went like here. Then this one branched here and branched like here. Or like here. As long as you don't like move away too farther from like the first one. So the X pattern one, right? And that way you get to keep the stats in check, which would be like much easier than the way that I did. But hey, as like he said, man, it was like a learning process. So we're gonna learn, man. Eventually, it's gonna happen. Anyhow, like let's see what other build did I want to do though. Okay, I need to create like another one for the. Also, where's my music? Where is it? Skill trees. I wanted to make like another one for Druid, and this one is the one that I wanted to like originally play. The one that I did in where is Shred? Okay, let's grab this one. This was the originally the build I wanted to play, because like Shred was so freaking satisfying to play with, and also like the fact that it's like a melee skill that has like a dash like on it, which makes it amazing. Right, you probably like want to go with later on with the crit one here, and because it adds like a small dash as well to it. So Blood Howl, very strong mage main. Alright, with this one you definitely want to grab the creeper. Poison duration, well, let's go with crit there. Alright, so here like I was testing out rabies was not that impressive though. Like it was fine, but I couldn't like scale it to be like good. Maybe just because also like grabbing all this. Okay, while where was deal base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. I mean toxic claw is actually pretty good then. So let me see here. Where is my... Dude, did I just... Oh no. I reset the goddamn thing, page. Yeah, should have went here first instead of there. So, page, man. Yeah, this is what I was supposed to do. Anyhow, get back to it. So, vulnerable there. Stack, shred, get poison. Also, like, you really want that one anyway. Movement speed while level 4. I mean, easy peasy. Also this. That one always good. Basic skills definitely want to grab. Like both of these are like worth getting for pretty much any build at the beginning though. You would kind of like lose this one later, right? I mean, it's worth especially because we have like two different sources of it. It doesn't matter. Like the only reason why you want the slow is to have the condition, right? So like poison enemies are slow, so you're gonna have like a slow, which is like easy to apply. All right, this one like because rabies you would use for like AOE anyway, so I would go with reduced damage from Elise there. Critical strike damage. I mean, fortify would always also like we need to take the problem is like I can't take the Werebear one until I get the legendary power for it. So would go with this one. Would also use the where is the fortify one? Damage while fortified and skull over here. Like this one, I'll go for the last. Like the crit is what I want. Like I'm not really sure like it's worth it because this one only lasts like 3 seconds, right? And it's like 3 points. If it increased, this one doesn't really scale that good. It's still like a good skill, right? But you don't really need to scale it. None of this really matter though. Actually, they will matter because you can turn into like lightning werewolf. I totally forgot about that part though. So I'm not gonna touch these until like I see something. So let me see here. When shipping into a different deals 5 increased damage. Let me see. Imber will become immune and quickly dash 10 times between area, dealing up to 400 damage. Lucky hit. Each time like this critical heal for her. Okay, that's a good heal though. Imagine playing Druid though. K bye. First fall, Bish. Second fall. Warres, hello. What the hell are you gonna main though? Freaking rogue? Oh well. The thing is like because you're playing rogue, right? Your squishy goddamn ass is gonna want this. He's gonna want this one, man. Would probably like want this one as well, but I'm not gonna take it because like you have to deal with it. Like imagine dying though. Imagine playing something else and dying. Okay, we don't need really any of those. Alright, let me go for the gear skills, dude. Oh yeah, I didn't like put stuff here, so it's gonna be shred. Is it gonna be the Earthen Bulwark there? It is gonna be like my primary Pepega there. Alright. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, we have a Blood Howl. Well, Blood Howl I can put, since we are not really using... This like I would switch this one for Grizzly once we get like the Lightning Werewolf. But for like leveling, there is no way that you're gonna get it, because I think it's like a drop only. Poison Creeper as well, right? Okay, let's go with the offensive first. Speaking of the offensive, let's see, like Werewolf. Function Storm skills and Werebear skills functions for the Nature's Fury key passive. Ooh, wait a minute. I bet Crow doesn't even wear shoes outside. Druid IRL, man. Yes, we are flip-flopping, man. Flip-flops for life, okay? Nature key, which one was this one, though? Let's see, that one is... Nature Spirit casting Earth skill, chance to... Okay, has to trigger a free Earth skill of the same category. Wait, so that one basically, like, it's a free cast of the other one? I mean, you would take Perfect Storm mode, to be honest. Like, you can take this one at the start. One Spirit and deal, because, like, if this changes all the Werebear skills, right? Yeah, Storm skills, dude. Like, you can have, like, an insane regeneration, though. Crow, the elephant guides me. Oh, wait, that's Shaman. Well, close enough, man. It is close enough. Right, let me see, like, what else do we got for a werewolf? Utility 1. Debilitating roar is now, in addition, will immobilize poison enemies for 2 to 4 seconds. Oh, that's an interesting one. But yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, that one's always gonna be utility, though. Yeah, I definitely wanted to take this one. Well, shapeshifting the werewolf. Okay, let me see, werewolf. Your now werewolf companions. Never mind. Never mind. Now shift into dire werewolf. Yeah, like you need this one, and this one is a drop one. Movement speed instead of damage reduction, and spirit cost reduction bonus. Additional kills heal you for 10% of your maximum life. So yeah, this one would be very nice. Alright, those are the ones I need to get to grab the barrier. No, I never got into one, man. I literally got a scamazed, even though, like, let me see. Well, this one can be on, like, gloves, though. This one can be on gloves. Nature Savagery. But it's fine, like, because they plan to release this summer, right? They release this summer, so I'm guessing, like, summer, like, around maybe end of July, which is kind of gonna suck because that's when the season is gonna be for Diablo. So you know how it is, man. It's gonna suck the ass. It's fun, but looks like a parties only consists of one class each, so no duplicates. Yeah, well, I'm not sure like how they're gonna do that. That's gonna like limit the game like quite. How many classes is there in the game? Like 3 or 4 right now. So that one is like I think I saw 4. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. While dashing, Shred seeks out nearby poisoned enemies, instantly dealing or poison damage to them. Yeah, like you would take this one if you played the poisoned one, though. The Blurred Beast. Right, let me go with Let me actually find like now the stuff that we are gonna be using. Lucky hit, poison damage on. Let me see. Trigger poison Nova that applies poison damage over 5 seconds to enemies in the area. Yeah, like I would like to get the Andariel's Visage if I was playing like this druid. But yeah, I think like the Storm Druid like sounds like much more fun. I mean, Mending Stone is fine, increasing duration of that one, and as I said, like getting the. Even though like you don't really need, I think like for this one is actually crit is better though. Increase movement speed for 1 second up to 6 seconds. Wind Striker aspect is probably the better one, so you can like ditch the barrier one. But this one is like easy to get right at the beginning, so I would definitely suggest to like level with that one. Basic skill grants aspect of well, I would grab like aspect of might over that one, and grab the protector one as well. So oh wait, this one is just for the Nature's Fury passive though, so it's not like benefiting anything else. But there is one that affects. Let me see. Where is the one that affects the shred? Yeah, you would probably like get. I would definitely get this one though. The unique weapon for the druid. Gain stealth for 2 seconds when killing enemies with shred. Breaking stealth with an attack grants ambush, which guarantees critical strike as well. With shred, the deal of damages lightning damage to the target and surrounding enemies. I mean, this one is worth getting though. That one is also worth getting. So I'm guessing that one is. Trying to see like if there is any like other. After killing enemy with shred, your next werewolf skill generates. Is there anything for how is it called? The damn rabies. It can affect the wolves. Wait, there's nothing like that can actually affect it. Okay, let me see then here. With core skills, increase your attack speed. Yeah, well, I would definitely get this one though. Accelerating aspect. It's one of the because like core skills increase your attack speed, and critting like you're gonna be critting a lot though. Damn, boulder is a core skill. Based on the amount of fortify. Never mind the distant one. Landslide, nope. With basic increase damage of your next. Nah. Well, you would need to get this one if you go with the one that changes into the if even it changes like the aspect, right? Like this one would be mandatory thing. So gain additional companion deal. Never mind that one. When you crowd control an enemy, which crowd control would you be like? You will be slowing down constantly. Yeah, I think like every class is gonna be using this one. Like I'm pretty sure like there is no way around like every class not using that one though. So we can put this one on gloves, offhand. Yeah, I'm not sure like you would like use like a main hand and offhand, right? Because like it's gonna need way too many things. Definitely not a defensive though. Right, we're gonna look for offensive skill. Let me see like which one would be like the best. Increase critical strike against injured enemies while you are healthy. You gain increased control duration. Polarize creates a shockwave. Dude, this one were nice. For each active companion. Launches, nope. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one though. Like this was a drop. I got this one when I played in a beta, right? Like this one was very good because like duration could be like increased. Also, overcharge aspect is also good. Oh yeah, we forgot. Wait, this is the offensive one? Blood Howl affects nearby players. So, crit chance, yeah, you would need to get... this one is like from unlocking. So that one would definitely... That one would be the hand one I would get. Yeah, it would be like something like this. Right, let's go back to the offensive one that we can get. I'm not sure like if that one is like the best modifier to put on a neck. This one, because the bonus would be doubled, right? If you use it on a ring or on the amulet. Actually, not double. It would be like 50%. It's doubled on a weapon. Wait, lightning storm critical size spawns 3 dancing bolts. Interesting. Like maybe you should try like a thorns build. And surrounding enemies. Like this one is like definitely something that you want to have though. The Stormclaw aspect. Like there is like a whole lot of like things that you want to get though. Because like proccing the lightning would mean that you can invest like heavily as well. So yeah, I think like the one, the offensive ones, is still the best. The one that you pretty much on every like I would go for the fortify one. Because you will have like a sources of fortify like all over the place. Right, I'm gonna need to change this one to like accelerating expert or something else. Because I'm gonna need a different utility. This one will be changed. Let's see what kind of like a defensive one are we looking for. Let's see, utility can be helm, chest, gloves, boots. So utility can be on those. Right, let's see the utility ones. While Hurricane is active again to shape-shifting skills. Well, you would have to like put a... Well, that would be like a... I would use this one like at the very end game when you like change your main. That one, and then I would just use a Hurricane there, but I will still use like a Grizzly Rage. Wait, when Nature's Fury key passive triggers the free skill, your non-ultimate cooldowns of the opposite type are reduced by 4 to 8 seconds. So that means whenever Shred procs, I would only get it would reduce the cooldown of like the Bulwark though. So I could have like permanent Bulwark on. It wouldn't reduce the cooldown of or maybe would it reduce the pets? I think it's only like for the earth skills. So I'm not really like it. It seems good, but I don't know, man. So I don't really need like too many utilities. Game bonus amount next turn for never mind that one. That changes your form, gain X life. If you are at full life, gain same amount of fortify. I think this one is gonna be worth it though. Alright, we're gonna use those two as a defensive one. Critical strike, blood howl, that one's like a very important one. Yeah, I would still keep the crit one there. Damage reduction, what shapes it into like that one is like just flat damage reduction, so easy peasy. One that you could potentially change endgame would be this one. Now I need to see like for the offensive ones. Yeah, but I think like you need to take. So thinking about this one, I don't think I want to though. Because this is only if you like plan to take that one specific passive. This one is like easy to do though. Well, if you take this one, you take and you take the other one which reduces cooldown, you can kind of spam and have like this thing always on, but it won't benefit from crit strike damage on earth skills. You would need to like fit in the earth skill. Okay, let me see the utility though. So yeah, I'm not really sure about that one. Let me see here. Your storm skills have. Problem is like I think it doesn't change it permanently. That's what I don't. I'm not really sure. It does it change shred to permanently be like a lightning skill? Because I think it only changes it for the passive itself. Like it doesn't change it for like so it can't benefit from this for example, your storm skills. Or maybe it does. Like I don't know. Like the wording, I will need to like look into this one. This one is like which one was this? This is a poison build for now, because like this is the werewolf leveling. It was actually shred leveling. I was mainly looking for like something more permanent, like you don't really need. I can remove all this like lightning based one stuff. But like this one can be, all can be gathered except that one though. Yeah, all of this can be unlocked. So I'm not really sure, dude. To trigger a free storm skill of the same category. So it would basically, well, it would randomly cast like any of these though. See which skill to actually get then. I mean, we could get that one for like easy damage reduction. You gain from all sources. I'm guessing defensive posture is not bad. Get 45 from all sources. So yeah, pretty much that is there though. As I said, like this one is like all of this like rely that rely on crit are not gonna be super strong very early. But yeah, I think you can get away from like playing druid if you're level with the shred to go crit as early as possible. Because he does get like a lot of crit from like the tree. You can add like a couple of more things for the crit as well. Also, like your poison creeper is always gonna like he's gonna give you like a more crit as well. So yeah, like the one thing that bothers me, like what would be, because honestly, I would take this one over this one for like a werewolf if it was working like that. Hey Joe, what's up? See any new cool news today with the D4? Nothing like new today though specifically. I wasn't watching, like I know that embargo lifted though, so I haven't watched the videos because like the stream was already starting, so I didn't watch the embargo videos. Is there like anything like you watched? I was mainly like just making all the builds. Like this is the build that is like gonna be like a bit more of a supportive stuff. Well, it could add like a debilitating roar for a support though, and change it into werewolf skill, I guess. We just watched the Creparian video. Creparian video is very good though, like for the understanding of the build process. For support. Yeah, pretty much the werewolf is gonna be the way to support. Like, I think the werewolf has like this strong thing about like support because like it's very mobile. I think like as a mobile support, it's gonna be easier for you to like do the cooldown management as well. So you would have to change though. Like I would change like for example, I don't know. I would just switch maybe like rabies is a good like good thing in a group though. You can like debuff everything, but if you are gonna go like you can always switch rabies and get another defensive. I would pretty much keep everything else here. I would grab like debilitating roar and switch it to what does it actually do again? Let me see here. Yeah, I think it's gonna come tonight as well. We'll see. We'll see. Like werewolf. will immobilize poisoned enemies. Yeah, so you have like a double, so both poison and immobilize with that one. So this utility is very strong. Like you would definitely want this one if you're like for a group play. It's not as OP like, but then I guess rabies is like important because you can keep them like spread all that one, and then you just because like it's gonna be so much easier to do it. I mean, same can be said for like the pet can do the same thing, and they are like on a similar cooldown as well. So you would trade some DPS, and they are inside the where is it? They are inside the same skill tree, right? Actually, no, Trample was there. So you this is the one I was talking about. I think like what you really wanted, even if you keep it, you could actually keep it and go for this passive. Where was it? You get increased damage, because then like you don't really need it, because you could benefit from this one then, because it's a Werebear skill. I haven't thought about that one though. Like having like a different one would like actually benefit you quite a bit. You could also ditch Earth and Bulwark, even though like I don't think it's smart for like Cyclone Armor. Cyclone Armor can be like spread to like to friendlies as well. So that is an option maybe. So maybe even better like and that is also like costing only one node instead of like the Werebear. And this one's like always active though. That's a good that's a good thing though. Because it gives non-physical and it gives physical reduction as well. And you don't really like. Actually, I don't think you need even to take the. Well, this one I would kind of. Let's see, non-physical. How much does it get per point? Okay, it's not worth leveling it up. I don't think like you need to even level it. Like you can plus one to defensive, and you just put it on a bar. Then it saves like a skill point. But yeah, like I don't think it's worth very early though. Would need to like tinker around it. But yeah, if you would play like a full support, would probably like take would take definitely this. Like maybe you could ditch this one for the debilitating roar and go for. I mean, I could like make an. This one is not like a full support though. But now that I think of it, I think I can make the full support one. Okay, let's make like a support druid though. Let me see here. Where is it? Build planner. Okay, let's make another one, but this one is gonna be a support build. Support druid. So this one is mainly gonna focus on like a group play. So let me see. Well, this one doesn't really matter, man. What would you rush? What do you mean? Like, what would I rush? Like, what class will I play? Landslides enemies, immobilize them for 3 seconds, are stunned. Like, I'm thinking, like, I think I'm still gonna go with the werewolf. I like the werewolf stacking. Either that one, like, or pulverize. think like Pulverize is a stronger option for a support. Cause like you won't really doing if you're focused more on like buffing the teams, right? Yeah, definitely Pulverize. Pulverize is the support one. Alright, so I would grab all three, dude. I would literally grab all three here. Do we have like a defensive oriented? Well, Grizzly Rage is like a solo defense. Petrify is like would be nice for CC, but honestly, I don't think like you even need it. I would go for a pet main. I would go for Poison Creeper again. So it would be something like this. I mean, I would max that one definitely. Let's see, grab that one. Attack speed or generate 20 spirit. Not sure like if the spirit is like that important. Fortifies and heal. Like this one is so freaking amazing. I would take this one because like you're gonna still slap with overpower, dude. Right, let's see the... Honestly, I don't even think that with this build you need like a primary at all. Like you literally don't need it. Oh, Druid can easily get vulnerability though. Easily. But there is like, isn't a rogue as well like the easiest class? I think the rogue itself is like the easiest class. Should rush that first. I mean, your primary is amazing at vulnerability with that one. Your primary and Hurricane is also like a pretty decent one, but it does have a cooldown. But you have like a lot of options for like a... So if you see here, like you have the Fierce Storm Strike, you have a Tornado, but Tornado's like chance is very low. I wouldn't go for that one. You can knock back. Problem is like I don't like knocking back enemies when I'm playing. Like Cyclone Armor is a good option, but like it does have a knockback. That's why I don't like it. I like to take those. So you have the Hurricane one. Oh yeah, Raven's also provided though. 15-second cooldown. But think about it, like Poison Creeper immobilizes and it poisons, and you take this node and like suddenly you immobilize, you poison, you slow, everything with a single press of a button, man. Like three things in a single press of a button. That sounds so good. It really does. Right, storm skills, okay, we are not really... Well, our main is like a bear skill though, so let me see here. Lucky hit with earth has chance to restore your spirit, cost to be guaranteed critical strike. Nah, Earth and strength is like probably like the... Because like you really don't really benefit. I mean, you could take Nature's Fury, but as I said, like this one is more about the support, so... Lucky hit. Earth and Might is not bad though. We're gonna have to go through the actual things and see. Increase damage to vulnerables. Alright, we're gonna go with that one. Yeah, this is if you like ditch the primary. Let me see here the skill tree though. But I don't think like in a group play you have to worry because like so many classes have so many different skills doing a vulnerability. You should technically have it like literally all the time. Okay, we're gonna put the debilitating roar there. We're gonna put the pulverize there. Blood howl. Put a primary. I mean, you don't really have an option. You have to like literally put a cyclone if you're gonna go with like if you want to support. Since as a support, you really want like this two mandatory. This one is too good, so something like this would be like a. But you would technically change this one. I think like you can have like a decent. Where is it? Thorns, maximum spirit, reduce damage from elites. Only just to buff. Maybe attack speed. Like let's see here. Critical. You won't really focus too much on crit anyway. That one lightning damage. Okay, I would take that one. But you need to get one for pulverize to become earth skill. Okay, let me see something. Pulverize, we don't have one there. Pulverize, let's see. Is now earth skill after you're casting tectonic plates. Okay, that one. So grab that there, pulverize. Right, let me see something. I just want to like and earth skills nature's fury key passive. What was it again? The key passive for nature's fury. Three of the same category. I mean, we could like technically do that one. It could be like stronger than this one. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. Earth levels. Like I want to see like what else we can get. That one was the one. Uh, Damage now slows enemies. Definitely the quicksand could be great. I mean, your poisons are gonna do it, but now your pulverize is gonna slow as well. So your pulverize can slow with a utility one. Problem is like there is so many like good things that you can add. Would definitely take the ballistic one as well. Uh, Consumes the poisoning. Nah. When crowd controlling the enemy, okay, that one is like literally the best ring in the game, entire game, though. Gain of your prime for every of your life that you heal. Okay, maybe this one, and you can ditch. I think with that one you can actually ditch the storm strike, dude. You can have like enough region that you never actually need to use that, so you can switch to like either a trample, maybe hurricane. No, I think like Grizzly Rage is pretty damn good. Problem is like I don't think like it buffs the team in any shape. I could add like Ravens or something for like more vulnerability, but as I said, like vulnerability won't be a problem. If you could affect teammates to get Earth and Bulwark, would be great. So between all of these skills, like this one good for CC, this one I don't think you can do anything for teammates either. Yeah, because with this one you could also do you could stun. On top of everything you could stun as well, and it's an Earth skill. Wait, let me see what the Petrify. Can we affect Petrify anyhow? Can yeah, they can. That is why we took Blood Howl, and Blood Howl needs the offensive of. Well, I need like one offensive stat, so usually you go with. Since we are playing, like we don't really need too many offensive stuff, so this one is. You go for the one that gives Blood Howl. Yeah, you need this one. So this one can be on gloves, offhand, weapon, rings, or amulet. Well, yeah, then I think I can add aspect of umbral or. Oh no, these two can only be on the rings. It can be the utility. Damage on now is quicksand. Man, that is also pretty strong. Because like this is let's see, it would affect like 1, 2, 3 skills. But I would have to put Hurricane. Passive triggers free skill. Your oh, dude, I forgot about this one. So if free skill, so this one along with yeah, this was like kind of make like the free hurricanes, man. But I don't think it's worth it. Well, it would like I think it would affect both of these though. Problem is like too many of utility things. There is like so many good stuff though. And let me see for the offensive one, how many do we need? Because I don't have like we have like too many good ones that we need. So if I leave the gloves and I can't, usually with pulverize you want to take basic skill grant, never mind. With pulverize you want to take this one, where is it? This one. And you want to put it on an amulet or you want to put it on your weapon. Like that one is like literally mandatory. Man, that one is nice for CCing. Creates a shockwave that travels damage to its path. I mean, I would take something like that for to deal damage, because like it's our only damager that we are gonna have. Yeah, but a Night Howler is one that we need, so it can affect allies and give the crit as well. So we need like two more, so I would have to go with a one-hander then. I mean, Aspect of Tempest would also be like the good one. But yeah, like most of the support, like you're probably gonna get more from like the actual talent tree. We don't really use any of the offensive ones. So yeah, like this one is kind of waste though. But is like, oh, he's gonna have like damage, dude. He's gonna have an absolute butt ton of damage, even with like support build, because he's always playing with the pulverize is like extremely strong in its own like right because of the overpower mechanic. So you're gonna always benefit from that. Damage, maybe life because like he's gonna do a lot of healing. Right, but I think like he's, as I said, like the way you play with the pulverize, you always play with a two-handed. You want to play with a two-handed weapon. But not right now. I don't think I can afford it. So a blood howl, at least until I. So this is something that we need to do. Right, we're gonna put. What movement ones we got again? Mobility. Well, and 4 seconds after, like so. What's the source of immobilizing that we get? I don't think we have like that much source of immobilizing. Of unstoppable. Also, this blood howl regenerate. I'm not sure, like if maybe taking instead of since this one is like party skill. I wonder like if the attack speed works on party. I think we tested that one last time. I'm not really sure. I can't remember. Maybe it doesn't. Like I'm not really sure. Well, we could always add like Earth and Bulwark instead of like the Hurricane. Instead of like the final one. Did we didn't add the Cyclone one. Flowchart simulator. Damn right, man. How you doing, TRJ? Welcome, man. We are trying to big brain it, okay? We are like a deep. Wait, actually, I typed Cyclone freaking wrong. That's why I can't find. That's why I can't find it. Physical damage. This will also be applied to nearby enemies, allies. So, Cyclonic Force. That one. Alright, I'm still thinking. Still thinking, like, which skill, though. Blood Howl, that one is great. This one I'm not really sure. I haven't tested this one. But primary is for every of your life that you heal. Of your life that you heal. And I'm not sure if it works if your HP is full. Because you're gonna be doing like a lot of healing, man. Between the fortify stuff. Actually, let me see here. Like, you regen 4 per second for 4 seconds. So you get 16% from that one. You get 20+% from that one. You got an ad. Well, blame Twitch for that. I didn't hear what you said, man. Well, I said a lot of things. Like, you have to be more specific, man. You have to be like a very more specific, like on like what you did not hear. Because I didn't stop talking for like the last 2 minutes, so yeah, you got to be very specific, man. So yeah, like this one I'm not really sure. Like this item I'm not, because this is on paper sounds amazing, but if it doesn't work on the overheal, it's trash. You hear that? Tell him what you didn't hear him say. Yeah, exactly. What you did not hear. Like, what was I saying before the ad started, though? Is probably like the better question. I mean, for this one, I would need to get like Earth, and then I would need to get like Earth and Bulwark for it to be the final skill, which I'm honestly not opposed to, because like that would keep my health up in there. Okay, let's see like defensive ones though, like defensive stuff. What we got? Gain armor for when you deal any form of damage. That one actually, Crowded Sage, is like another source of heal. When you shapeshift skill that changes the form you gain at full life, gain the same amount. That changes your form, gain X life. We change form pretty much with like every single skill is like a form change. So this one could be stronger than the other one. So I would go like something like this. Look at this booba, man. Enigmich! Man, I theory crafted like a lot today, okay? Alright, let's get back to the skill tree though. We are not done. We are not done. Also, like, if I'm not gonna... I can, like, ditch this one. So, our source of vulnerability are kinda limited if I don't go with our main, though. So, Raven would be, like, one easy source of vulnerability. We do, like, pretty much every other... Like, we do so much CC, but we don't do vulnerability easily now. Which can be alleviated by this. So yeah, I think I have to take, but people are gonna hate knockback. Well, technically what you could do is you immobilize, then you do the knockback, which won't work. Like, it won't knock back enemies, though. But they will be vulnerable. Also, like this one, like, either that one or we take the Hurricane and have, like, one that is gonna be kind of permanent. Damage. I mean, we could also always do this. Grab Cataclysm for YOLOing. Lightning. So yeah, but this one, like, it's too random, though. Nature skills that consume spirit heal you. Which, do we have, like, a nature skill, though? Nah. Brother, you will beat D4 in under 60 minutes, man. We are not here to beat it, man. Circle of Life, is that skill where we fling a tiny lion cub off a cliff, man? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, we do want to take that one. Grab that damage on 45 from all sources, yes. But yeah, also, whoa, chat. Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second, okay? This one is just for you. I think this was the command. Enigmage, buddy! Welcome to the 35 years old club, man. Happy birthday, brother. I forgot like yesterday to say it on stream because I didn't know. Soon gonna be joining you, man. Soon gonna... And I can call you Grandpa now. I can call you the Gramps, dude. But yeah, hopefully you had a good one. Hopefully you had a cake. And if you did, well, I hate you because I want a cake now. Also, like, does anybody know? Well, you receive additional healing from all sources, YOLO. I'm not really sure about this one. You remain variable form for at least 20 seconds. Your next skill is open. Does this work? Does it reset every time you leave the form? I haven't played the provocations. I'm not sure how it works. Does it like save stacks or? You had a churro? Well, if I knew what that one, I would be happy, man. But I'm still happy for it. Well, I kind of want like all sorts of like spirits, so let's grab that one. Oh wait, dude, we didn't grab the most important DPS one though. Rip that. I literally didn't grab this. Well, I don't need this one though. They are better than a cake, so says you. And I'm not sure if you can be trusted. So yeah, like I can keep the... So for now we're gonna keep the primary. But there is like few options. You can take Hurricane for vulnerability instead of the Storm Strike. But for now, like we're gonna keep it because there's gonna be like a vulnerability one. And this is like something that one thing I would like to like test was this. That I need to test. I need to test like how good that one is for like healing. Also, like does this one does the overheal work on the ring though? Bruh, it's a fried stick of a dough covered in a cinnamon sugar filled with caramel. Okay, that sounds pretty freaking delicious. Now that sounds pretty freaking delicious, man. So this is like a something for like a group play, man. This is something for like a group play. Right, that final skill. The good thing is like you what you want to do is like invest into like. Okay, this one. Okay, this one is worth it because like it loses cooldown also. Never mind. So what you do want to get is like +2 defensive, dude, because you benefit the most, and you can just like add bulwark instead of anything else in GG. That when you're done with please king, this one save changes, yeah, share. There we go. Copy link. There we go. I'm not sure if the link is gonna change. So if I do change it, right, you're gonna have like the upgraded version. It like I will definitely be updating all these builds. Like as I said, like this is all work in progress, right? I can't really know until I test for myself. Like I want to test support the Druid build, but for now, like this is it, man. We do have like a decent damage since it's pulverized, but it's not gonna be as impressive as I wanted though. One thing, like maybe Poison Creeper could be changed for like a Raven. This would be like something to be changed, because like then we get vulnerability and Ravens. Yeah, we get crit chance as well. So, but I don't know, like this one is too good, man. Poison Creeper is just too damn good at immobilizing and instantly poisoning, slows everything. Basically, like, can you see the stats here? Damage with skills, vulnerable damage, overpower chance. So I can tell you right off the bat, like this build right now as it currently stands, it can do vulnerability, it can do slow, it can do poison, and it can do pretty much all of those like very, very consistently. So if you play with somebody who needs like damage with against poison, against slowed, against vulnerable, right, you're gonna be like doing so much more. Also, it's gonna reduce the damage enemies give to the pro. Like the enemies are gonna take. You're gonna be super freaking tanky, man. I will clip it. What points? You mean like start to finish? How would I go with the build? Well, I can go for the first couple of points. Like, I won't go into detail. I'm gonna like this one is already built. Like, let's go build planner. It would be like something like this. Wait, switch to Druid. So obviously you start with you would go with Storm Strike, Enhanced Storm Strike, Fierce Storm Strike, Pulverize. Pulverize is the only thing that is basically like the most viable one. So Pulverize into Enhanced Pulverize into Primal one to damage reduction. So this is like a, we are still talking about like a support build. Then you would grab all three here. Like this one, technically you don't really need this early. I would start with Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar, and would like spec into Debilitating Roar first because of the Fortify and because of the other heal as well, heal percentage. Remember, like this Blood Howl only affects you, doesn't affect your teammates. You need to grab the aspect for it. But yeah, I would go with attack speed, especially if it affects teammates. I'm not sure like if this one affects teammates. So, like, as soon as you unlock this one, Poison Creeper, because Poison Creeper absolutely insane. And what you aim for is to get this one to slow, like perma-slow. Hey, Alec! 74 hours to go for early access, even with the server slam. I'm betting those servers are not going to be up for the task. First of all, it's Blizzard. Like, any Blizzard game is the same, though. I'm just hoping it's not going to be the worst. People are, like, basing... I'm not going to say the build. They will be perfect, yeah. If you are into like a huge amount of copium, they're gonna be perfect. No flaws whatsoever. Let me grab this one and there we go. So Cyclone, as I said, this one also like for both of you don't really do too much like direct supporting before you get like both Cyclonic Armor and Blood Howl. They both need an item for it. So let me see here. So you need to grab like both first. Actually, this one is for Cyclonic. The offensive one. Offensive one is for the Blood Howl. Is the offensive one. They are both from like Fractured Peaks. So this one you can get literally as soon as you start. So if you're playing like just go do this dungeon, Forbidden City in Fractured Peaks. This is the one where you start anyway. That one, and you would grab the other one is. I think the other one is not that close though. I'm not really sure yet. What was it called again? What Cyclonic? This one is Kyrgyzstan. I'm not sure like which one is this, but yeah, this one is like is a bit later. Actually, I was wrong. 2 days and 2 hours. So yes. So it's 50 hours. Actually, no, it's 50, like, you're correct, 57 minutes, man. If you're gonna be specific. Forgot that was Monday. Also, like, preload the game in 2 hours and 57 minutes, man. By the way, chat, exclamation point Diablo 4, dude. Like, that is literally the only thing that you right need now, man. Okay? That is, this website is gonna be great, especially when we get the world bosses as well, so. You just watch this for like next 50 hours and you're gonna be good. So whenever somebody asks you, like not like you're counting minutes, but 2 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 54 seconds. So yeah. Well, for Diablo 4, god damn it, I really need to like, there we go. Like now we made this is the double one. Soonj, man. Soonj. Alright. So, did you get that? And as I said, like, then you just keep proceeding, right? The main one that you want to get here, like, this is a mandatory one, like, absolutely great. This one is amazing one. Like, Neurotoxin, because it's basically guarantees that you will always slow. Oh, man! Okay, I need to... Well, I'm gonna... You definitely want to grab this nose, though. you want to grab like these nodes here because it's third skill. Perfect, go to clips. Yeah. So for that one, as I said, I'm still working on like the end game. Like this is already like level. I can grab all the. We're gonna go back to the other part. As I said, you can like fine tune the build from there. Like you got the first levels. It doesn't really matter. Like I would prioritize pulverize anyway, you know. Because like this is gonna be your huge like best damage jump at the beginning, especially like pulverize every 10 seconds you're gonna pretty much or every 12 seconds you're gonna pretty much like one shot everything in a game, man. So like while he's gonna be a support,
A wise
right?
decision.
Inverted Genius, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. How you doing? As soon as you like get this one here and level pulverize every 12 seconds, you're gonna just one shot everything. So if you play with a group clears trash, you clear well everything. Cause Giga Chat Druids, dude. Right, let's go back to my old builds. Where is it? So now I can like I need to reshape the build though. Where is it? How do I like go back to my builds? Right, we need to go. Yeah, I need to like work on my whirlwind build. It's not the best, man. But yeah, we want to go for the support one. Right. This one, the one thing that you want to change is... let's see, we're gonna change all of these. For now. You want to grab this one. And you need to grab like... so, as I said, like, I'm not really sure about this, dude. This is super strong if it doesn't reset cooldowns. So if anybody knows that the provocation reset cooldown every time, if you're not like... Because like standing full 20 seconds is gonna be annoying. But we have like two skills for like the Berge form. Oh, okay, so this one is like easy to get, man. With Earth skills, 45% of base life. I mean, that one is like... I don't think I need to resend it though. I'm pretty sure you can access it as is. It should be like the same link. Okay, I'm gonna save changes and see if it's see if it updates. Where was it? This one. Let me see if it updated. Yeah, it updated, so it will keep updating. You don't need to know. Yeah, so like I'm gonna be having all these links in gonna be in the channel as well, so I will keep updating. As I said, this is like something that I just like pre-built, but once I start leveling and like playing the build, I'm gonna be changing it. Because like I don't have the game right now, so like all this like 50 points, maybe I'll find some other like more insane interaction right between some stuff, yeah. So like this is just like I have something in my mind like where I want to go when I level, so I don't want to spend too much time like theory crafting while leveling, right? I want to take the skills, so I'm gonna have this, but after like I'm done, once I get to the point where like it's fine tuning, like that's gonna be like level 70 and stuff like that, right? You for leveling you don't really care, as long as stuff dies you're good. And like for leveling you can't really say which build you're playing. Like for example, this is a good build which you don't really need to change, even if you get the legendaries, because if you want to like play with a group, right, it's gonna be solid. You don't really want to change it, because changing it would just like not be beneficial to the group. Because like 3 skill, like these two you want to have, like no matter what. You can change like your main skill, pulverize if you want, but since everything is like earth based, it's gonna be like a bit difficult to like go around. And yeah, like you really don't need everything. That you do need is none of this is like only this one is a drop thing. Only this one is a drop thing, but that one is more mainly like if you do get it, I want to test it out. Can you like change your primary, because you're gonna healing way too much. Everything else is like none of these like requires a drop. They're all from dungeons. Yeah, every single one of them is from a dungeon. Actually, this one is not so, but this is the DPS one. Trump won election in 2020, man. Welcome to the channel, man. What a name. Speak of that, like I did make like a druid that looked like resembled Trump. What do you think of D4? What do I think of it? It's the game is still two days and 2 hours and 51 minutes away from like launch, right? So we still have some way off, and I'm here like having like 3 different spreadsheets, and I'm theory crafting. So yeah. What I think of the beta? I think the beta was amazing. Like both beta and like server slam were amazing. When RuneScape does necromancy, it's better than... Yeah, but Enigma, you don't know the day 1 patch. Is there a matchmaking? There was a matchmaking, like... there was like a board inside the game, right? Where you could like look for players. Like you could group up with players. Something I think it's gonna work similar to like Path of Exile. It had like a board, but you couldn't like access it. It had like a matchmaking thing in there. And they're also thinking about like adding like a emote or something above your character that you're looking for a group. Did you see this video? Which one? Give us the video, Enigma. We watched... by the way, I would suggest you guys... Okay, I'm gonna like this video, by the way. Make sure to like it as well. So this video from Crep... It's... if you're like new to like a build crafting, like he goes over like a lot of good stuff. Like it's like a good video though. That's like a good video from Crep. The RuneScape Necromancer, man. Is that like the name of the video? Wait, does it have like does it have a music? Please tell me that it doesn't have a music, man. Cause like my vote is gonna be saving the DMCA music, so from like YouTube. That's the only thing that I'm worried. Let me see. How does this compare to previous Diablo games and like it? So it's the first Diablo like MMO. Like it's not an MMO in a sense, but okay, we can watch that one though. I'm not really sure. Like so, did you play Trump? It would be easier to explain if you played any other game. Like have you played any Diablo game? It's pretty much, it's still a Diablo game, but the way that it works is like more open world in a sense that you can play with 3 and 2. Okay, so it's still a Diablo game, but it's this one is by far the most complex one of build diversity. It's more like 2. It has like it's influenced by 3, but it's definitely more like 2 though. It's definitely more influenced by 2. Okay, so like, what am I watching?
Necromancy is a new skill for RuneScape and a new standalone combat style.
Wait, is this like a... Necromancy is a non-elite new combat skill that goes up to level 120. And for free to play, it goes up to level 20.
It's the first new combat style ever released in RuneScape. It's the 4th combat style.
Dude, freaking...
outside of the original 3 combat styles.
Combat level...
Are you kidding me?
Up to level 152.
Freaking RuneScape, dude.
The main antagonist of the Necromancer skill is the first Necromancer.
Freaking RuneScape, dude. Here we are talking about Diablo 4, right? RuneScape, like 1,000 years old. I feel like in 500 years, like the games won't be as like the games we see them today, but people are still gonna be playing RuneScape, though.
The player must work with old and new characters to master necromancy, on the journey that will take you across Gillenlaw, across the city of to help you free the spirits and defeat the first necromancer.
Okay, where is the actual like gameplay?
Not only players who take a more active, it has this skilling component of necromancy where you can just do rituals all the way to level 120. For us on Necromancy, community is extremely important. We've worked with content creators.
I like his shoes, man.
The office, got them to play Necromancy, give them their feedback to make sure that before release...
Hey, I know that guy, that's Josh!
This isn't a one and done release. We're going to continue taking on the
I know that guy,
We
man.
want to make sure that the skill is as enjoyable
Joshy boy, man.
We want the community to be involved heavily with this.
Man, he's obsessed with RuneScape, though. Okay, there we go.
Necromancy is a brand new combat style that features its own new equipment, weapons, incantations, and abilities.
Necromancy sits outside the combat triangle. This means it's neither weak nor strong against magic, ranged, or melee. The Necromancer's main hand weapon, the Death Guard...
Alright, did he just say that he's like absolutely broken because he has no weaknesses?
Abilities to deal damage from afar,
while you also have the Spirit Lantern, the offhand, which is required to conjure creatures from the underworld, such as skeleton warriors, putrid zombies, or ghostly wraiths.
The Conjure Spirits only last for a set amount of time during combat, but you want to try and make sure that you keep them alive for as long as you can, because as they progress through combat, their comp potential increases and they'll be able to do more and more damage.
Okay, the more they are alive, the stronger they are.
Such as your conjures, or even just your regular attacks, will consume adrenaline. However, we also have incantations, which will require necromancy runes. One of the incantations available to you is Bone Shield.
Well, has anybody linked this video to Blizzard?
Requiring a shield. We are also introducing 4 new runes: the Bone Rune.
I'm sure they can do something by next season, though.
And the Miasma. These are all required for necromancy incantations and can be crafted in the underworld. While some abilities are unlocked just from leveling,
This shit is
others are
crazy. The
only
RuneScape is
requiring
bringing
use
out a
of
new
spells.
class.
As you engage in
As I said,
combat, you
no,
will learn talents.
dude, I like that.
Performing rituals,
Freaking
you
talent
gain
points,
access
though.
to more talents. As you gain access to more talents,
I mean,
you have to
I really didn't
what
play
talents
RuneScape
can.
all that much,
But
though.
once you've mastered the skill, you'll have unlocked everything.
Play RuneScape. Why wouldn't they, though?
In Necromancy,
Like, when
there's
you
a brand
open
new
the
way to
game,
improve
right,
your equipment.
the
You don't wanna
game
waste
is
your
literally
time
like there.
by making low-tier equipment because you'll be able to
It gives you pretty
levels
much
quite
everything.
quickly.
And the
So
fact
then
that
you
they are
can
like
actually
actively
upgrade the
updating
very
stuff,
first piece of
and
equipment
doesn't the
you can
community
after
vote
tutorial.
for like buffs
This
and
equipment
debuffs,
goes
though?
from level
Don't they
1
have
to
like a
level 90.
community like vote
It's not as
thingy,
simple as going
like
to
for the
production
next
and buying
thing
it
what's gonna
yourself.
happen?
You have to go through the tasks and earn it.
Yeah, yeah.
before you can wear it.
You literally,
After level 90 is the
you
standard
influence what's
there
literally gonna
in terms of
happen,
PDM
man.
equipment. So for level 95 will drop from the first Necromancer boss.
We've designed a toolkit for you with the abilities within Necromancy, and we want you to master them. A lot of your existing items and skills will also benefit you in Necromancy. Things like your
So, yeah.
amulets, your rings, your potions, and even your prayers. As you can expect with all other combat styles, over time...
But yeah,
you'll be
let's.
able to, whether it's
I'm not gonna
new
look
abilities or
too much into
equipment,
this
change the way
one
you
more. I did want to see like, do we have the where is it? Tier list. Let's see Diablo 4 tier list, man. What people are saying though. Hey Jaren, what's up? A global launch. Okay, shall we watch this one from Rex 2 days ago, dude?
Hi everyone, it's Rax, and welcome to a video that a lot of you have asked me to put together. This is my Diablo 4 global launch class tier list.
I
used to
watched
make
some
these
of
tier
it. Like
lists
this
all
was a
the
good
time
video. So if
for
you're
all the
like
previous
unaware
games,
of
especially
what
Diablo
class you want to
3,
play,
when all the seasons would change, going over the metas and the changes and the new legendaries and the new sets, and seeing what classes emerged on top in the different categories. Happy to bring this
Okay,
over
can
to
you hear it,
Diablo
though?
4, but one thing I want to caution on is Diablo 4 is constantly changing from all of the different testing
Necro
phases.
did that
and I have
yeah.
never
I
had
mean,
a
I think it
chance
is,
to play
so.
the actual version that's going to come on launch. Yes,
exclamation point Diablo 4. It is the first one. It depends on the region though, but it's releasing globally everywhere. So this is what you want. Diablo 4. This link. There's a link in the chat. So we're taking bets of if people are gonna rage about. They're gonna rage about the story. They're gonna rage about the servers. They're gonna rage about the end game. And they're gonna rage about pay to win, but don't forget, people are gonna rage about the most they're gonna rage about is like the hardcore race as well, right? Who won and what won? Like it's gonna rage about rage, man. It's gonna be great. I can't freaking wait. I can't freaking wait till they start raging about rage, man.
Blizzard did give us some testing opportunities recently.
Thanks for that.
But it was
Yeah, no
only in
worries,
patch
man.
0.9, and
But it does depend on region. On some regions, it's gonna be the second one.
Everything that I say in this video could be completely wrong, but I'm going to give you my absolute best shot on where I think everything's going to shape up based upon what we know so far.
I rage people that have
Before
a
we
wings
jump into
emote,
the
man.
rankings, let's quickly look at how do we derive the rankings. We're going to rank every single class from first.
By
to
the way,
fifth, first
Necro
being the
last.
best
Did you say?
and fifth being the worst in a category. And there are no ties allowed. We have to actually rank them. Again, who knows what the day one patch will bring, could change everything. First, we'll talk about leveling. This is their ability and quality of life going from level 1 to Torment difficulty. And
But
Torment
the Necro is still
difficulty
broken,
is
man.
about
Except
level
it has like
7.
one. It
Just
has like
because
one
you
build
clear the
and one build
campaign
alone.
and do the capstone dungeon, you still have to crawl your way up to Torment difficulty, get the actual ancestral items. So pretty much that entire process is leveling according to me. Then we're going to look at speed. The ability to speed farm their overworld events and the low and mid-tier nightmare dungeons. It's essentially how you're going to power up. Then we're going to go into the end game.
Honestly,
Next, their
for speed, I
ability and
think I
quality of
might
life
play
and
the
pushing
Shred
nightmare
one.
dungeons and bosses.
Because
And
Shred
after
is
going
Druid
through
is going to
this
be the
on my
fastest
stream,
one.
I think some of the rankings that I'm going to give are going to surprise you. Then we're going to look at groups. Pretty self-explanatory. How desirable are they in groups?
Druid and
What kind
Barb,
of buffs do they
rest are
provide, or
trash.
debuffs
Well, you one
in some
Rogue and Druid
cases?
and Barb.
Then we're going to look at a casual category. How far can you get this class if you have minimal game time, minimal gear, and maybe minimal skill? And finally, we'll take all of that for an overall summary of where the class
And then
is
Necro
ranked
is like
amongst
Cake
them all.
Leo
One thing I wanna
category,
call
man.
out
It
is
should
what
be
we
like
don't
a...
do is we don't add up the ranks for all the previous ones and
What
then
class?
just sort
Yeah,
them
I'm
out
gonna
like
main
that. We
Druid,
have
then
to
it's gonna be
actually think
Barbarian,
about
then a
it
Rogue.
to
I'm
come
gonna
up
be
with the
level all of them
overall
to
ranking.
like 100.
One golden rule that I would ask everyone to follow
What
is just play
Theorycraft
whatever
is
is
so...
fun.
So far, I made like 5 builds. Remember, like these builds are like still work in progress, though. I can give you the link to the builds that I made. So these ones are the ones that we already made. So my builds. So we have like here mainly the Druid. Like I have like 4 different Druid ones. There's one for Shred leveling, one for Tornado leveling. I'm probably gonna level with a Tornado, but I will try to like transition to Shred. I'm still not sure. Like this one is the one that definitely needs most adjustments. And like Whirling one is still not done, but you can pretty much... can I like link all of these? I'm gonna link you like my Tornado one first. So copy link. These ones are gonna be updated. Like I'm gonna update the chat as well, like chat comments, so they're gonna pop up as well. Need to add those. Bear Druid was great. If you want like a Bear Druid, we do. I have like 2 of them. Like my support build is basically like the polarized Bear Druid. So that is one of them. Like I can show it. I'm not really sure. Like let me see if I click that. No, Bear Druid was great. I played it. Druid was the Bear one was the second build I played. Emotional support Druid. It is the emotional support Druid. Alright, this one like leads here. Let me see here. I wonder like if it's possible. Are they all? This website is supported by ads. Rent. Okay, I think it only shows. Coming soon, coming soon. Okay, so I think these ones are theirs though, the meta builds. But yeah, like as I said, I will update the chat comments for like every build that we made, and like none of those are set in stone, cause like we still don't have like the day 1 patch. There will be a day 1 patch as well.
Playing whatever you want. Diablo 4 has an army of developers that over time will make the game very balanced, probably across multiple specs. Coming in 5th,
So, yeah.
unfortunately, we have the Necromancer, but actually, I'm quite certain Necromancers are going to be
Well, at
fine
least it has
throughout
Booba,
the
man.
entire game, and I'm quite certain that they are going to clear level 100 Nightmare Dungeons.
Any build
So
advice?
it's not as bad as it may seem. For leveling, they have one of the
Deadass looked at this. They're trying a Sork at start. Any build advice? Chain Lightning was good. Like Chain Lightning was super strong. Chain Lightning builds I think are gonna be like one of the best leveling ones. I haven't
best
like made one
builds
for
in the
Sork
entire
because
game
like
currently
Sork is
until
something I'm
it's
gonna be
nerfed.
playing
That's
like a
Bone
fourth.
Spear. Bone Spear hits pretty much the entire screen, auto applies vulnerability, and you can get the Bone Spear power out of the Codex of Power, so they are just going to plow. The bad news for Necromancers is they're very slow. They don't really have any movement skills.
By the way, like
Skelly's
this
got
is like the
nerfed.
worst,
Yes,
right?
the
You
Skelly's
want
got nerfed,
you want
and then
this
they
to
got
be
optics,
one.
they got a little bit better,
Bow Rogue is
but they're
amazing.
still not
Penetrating
great. So once
shot,
we get
very good. I
another
played it amazing.
Update on day 1, which I don't know if that's coming. I
But
can't
it's
really
like a very
recommend
skill
it.
based. Rogue is like
In speeds,
probably like the
for some
hardest class
reasons
to
we
play
just talked
because
about, they're probably the worst.
it is the
Necros
squishiest
are
of them
just
all.
So slow at everything. It's something that Blizzard's going to have to look at going forward because in terms of mobility,
definitely.
they're just way slower than the other classes.
The thing about like a Necro, he doesn't really have ability to be fast. While Druid is like probably slower than a Necro at the beginning, Druid gets it has like a trample, but entire like werewolf Druid can dude you will fly across the map if you play the werewolf build. With Grizzly Rage, you're gonna have like 100 something like movement speed, dude.
In the end game, they're
Speedy
going to
boy.
do just fine. The Bone Spirit build. Bone Spirit has one of the best scaling multipliers into the end game. And I think that, along with Bone Spear, is going to be able to go all the way and kill the pinnacle boss. In groups, they're not bad. They bring Decrep, and Necromancers have
Season 1
synergy
request, like,
with
I like this
their
part, though, an
friends,
actual
because
summoner build,
then they're
man,
gonna
and
get
movement.
a lot of kills, and they're going to get a lot of corpses, which is going to help them. The problem is, again, they don't bring anything too incredibly
The
amazing.
Necro is not bad. Like
and
people
their
keep saying
skellies are
Necro, but
unusable,
it's
and
bad
they're
in a
little bit
sense that
slow.
it doesn't have like an
The
actual
casuals,
proper
I think
summoner build.
Necromancers are going to feel very, very good. Bone Spear with literally nothing, and
Yeah,
again, a
like
casual
you.
player.
So if you play a Necro, you literally equip a Bone Spear, you level up Bone Spear, and you're like a good player. Like you literally don't need anything else. I don't play Necro to not use. And that boggles my mind, that the fact that the pets are not like the most OP thing ever. But man, the game just releases, okay? I'm pretty sure like this is gonna happen, man. Like an actual summoner build in the first season, this is gonna happen, dude. Necro is gonna have like such a OP pet build, they're gonna have to nerf like 3
not
times.
even watching this video, and you just want to lazily go around with your skellies and your Bone Spear or whatever. A lot of the builds for Necromancer just work, and I think you're going to feel powerful, even though in the end game, I think some of the classes are going to outperform it in different categories.
Like
overall, I'd put them in last. When they're launching, Bone Spear and Bone Spirit are their best builds. I think their bone builds are way better than Blood or Summoning or anything like that. That'd be another thing for
Be
Blizzard
the
to take a
Necro
look
who
at.
refuses to raise the dead
And in
without
Season
their
1, it
consent.
would be nice if we had an actual summoner build. In the beta,
That
the
ain't no
summons are
Necro, man.
godly. I don't think they're going to be godly on launch, and they need more movement desperately. That would be huge for this class. Probably
That
gonna
is just
be
the
a very,
Rockefeller
very
family,
big
man.
shocker here. I have Rogue in 4th, and the Rogues are kind of hit or miss. Rogues are incredibly good at some things, and I think they're going to really struggle at others. Speaking of
look
things
at that.
they're
Also
really
Booba,
good
man.
at is leveling. Rogue,
Hashtag
especially
Booba.
with Twisting Blades.
I
and getting
like the
Twisting Blade
thumbnails
power
he used,
really
though.
early. If you know
Well
what
played.
you're doing, you are going to just assassinate leveling. You have 2 dashes and the imbuements, whether you go poison,
So
kill
yeah,
the bosses quickly, or
penetrating
shadow
shot,
imbuement for the
absolutely.
AoE,
I leveled with
and
this
then
one on my rogue. It
consuming
was so
shadows
fun.
for
Like
the
this was,
super high
this
energy
one was like
generation.
probably one of the
I
most
think
fun
leveling is
plays.
going to be an absolute joke for you. Pretty much, probably better than any other class.
He knows his
The
audience.
same
man.
category, the double dashes that can reset themselves, and the evades. And if you choose to do this, you can go ranged. Their speed and mobility is completely unmatched in Diablo 4. In the end game, which remember is pushing the really high nightmare dungeons, this is where the bad news comes in. Rogues are just going to have to survive. You're going to have the damage, certainly, but you're going to have to stay alive. And it's going to come down to skill. You're going to have to dodge
But
a
no
lot
build,
of things.
just what thought was
And
good.
for a lot of people, this is going to be a skill check. And some people are just not going
So yeah,
to make
like
it.
the reason why he like put them like endgame 5, right? 5 is like the worst. The reason why Rogue is the last, it is gonna be like this class is gonna be the most hard one to play at the end game. Like it is gonna be the squishiest. Like if you look at the talent tree, it has like so many cool things, right? But if you like miscalculate how you play it, it's gonna be absolutely. You're gonna get wrecked, man. You're gonna get one shot alone. Like if there's like one class that's gonna get like one shot the most, is gonna be Rogue. But yeah, I don't think like in groups, Rogue being the last. I'm pretty sure like Rogue is gonna be one of the best classes for the group play. Because like if you buff Rogue enough, Rogue has insane single target damage. So I don't think
Rogues,
like
as they near the end game, the end of the end game, is going to prove very hard, and I think it's going to be harder potentially than any other class. In groups, I have them in 5th, but honestly, I wouldn't mind bringing a rogue. It's just rogues don't bring anything that other classes can't bring. The one thing that is really good about rogues is they'll always be in the fight. They're not going to be lagging behind like the Necromancer, but the Necromancer can finally arrive and get you with.
it's like, yeah, everybody's gonna play the game, Necromancer just gonna keep running to like you guys, right? Everybody else is gonna play the game and Necromancer is just gonna try to chase everybody else playing the game.
Decrepify.
Necro is poggers, dude.
They do a lot of damage, that's true, but all the classes are going to do a lot of damage in the end game. There's just nothing critical, it seems to me, that the rogues bring that's going to make me choose them over somebody else. For casuals, they're at 4. Honestly, I could see them being a little bit higher. A vanilla rogue without a guide, without knowing what to do, isn't too bad, but some of the ranged builds aren't very good. And if you don't go twisting blades with the power, it's actually surprising how energy starved and how much skill a rogue actually takes, because a lot of their survivability, again, is from dodging. And casuals
yeah, like that is the thing though. That is one thing I noticed.
All that together,
definitely, like
the rogues in 4th.
It hurt the most when you like messed up a thing, messed up a dodge.
Going to be the greatest if that's important to you. Their best builds are twisting blades, traps in the end game, flurry,
I freaking hated playing traps, man. They're so goddamn annoying.
For season 1, I think the ranged options could be better, and they definitely need more defense. That's what's going to hold them back, I believe, in the end game. Moving on to number 3, we have the Sorcerer. And the Sorcerer is pretty darn good at everything, and maybe not the best at anything, which is not a bad place to be in. Another thing that the Sorcerer can say that other classes can't is a lot of different types of their builds work, which doesn't work for the other classes. So
like Demon Hunter was absolutely busted like turret
balanced class right now, which is
like it's more that the animations were like sluggish. I hated the animations of the traps.
Dominate. You have a couple of really good options.
When you drop them, it was annoying.
Arclash as a generator is godly. If you pair that with Chain Lightning, you're going to crush the game. Even though they nerfed Hydra, that's okay. You probably won't level as Fire. Instead, you could level as Ice Shards. Ice Shards is really good. Some of their other Frozen builds are lacking. As you see at the bottom, we want to buff Frozen Orb. But they've got some options, and all of them are going to be really good, and Teleport is incredible. They also fight at ranged, so you're going to survive on bosses where other classes that have to get close are just going to die. For speeds, they're pretty good. It's kind of the same story. They're just all around a very good class. They're going to have
they have a teleport,
and then
so
with the Fireball enchantment, they're going to be able to blow everything up. It's going to work very, very well. Are they going to be faster than something like a Rogue? No. But they will do very, very well here. It's going to be very comfy farming on a speed farming on a Sorcerer. In the end game, we have them at 4. There's going to be some builds that emerge for a Sorcerer that just end up being really good once they're properly theory crafted. On paper, mathematically, Ball Lightning looks really good. Fireball is kind of meh. Ice Shards could be really good. Chain Lightning could make an appearance. Things like that. Firewall. Firewall could be really good. So all of these are candidates, which could be very, very great.
Yeah, he's talking about like the end game, right? All of these like are very viable for leveling.
Slot combinations, which are going to get it done. Again, the thing that the Sorcerer has for its advantage when it gets really hard to survive is they fight at range. So once they do that, they should be able to get through everything. For groups, they're pretty good. They bring a ton of crowd control, and they bring the Fireball enchantment, which currently works if your other group members kill, which is explosion to hit for 50% of Fireball's damage, which is very, very good at clearing
it works with the teammates.
So always
then
the
Sorcerer would be like the number 1.
I think a Sorcerer with just about nothing feels good.
All right, Wish, you are playing Sorcerers, right? So make sure to like get the Fireball enchantment. If it works in a group, that thing is busted though.
The teleport feels really good. You're always at range, so you're gonna.
That's just busted.
Win fights on a Sorcerer.
That's like a free-course explosion.
And a lot of their skills actually work. A lot of the generators are okay, although Arclash is the best.
Nah, it won't get patched. It's only like 50%. It is just like after things die.
I think Sorcerers, again, because they're more balanced, are going to feel better for a casual that doesn't really know what they're doing. Overall,
Spicy Fire, best fire.
Third. Their best builds are Chain Lightning, mostly for leveling. Firewall, Ice Shards, and probably Ball Lightning is looking really good for the end game. Season 1, as we talked about, like to see some of their Frost skills buffed, especially Frozen Orb, and their Conjurations as well after they crucify
Frozen Orb in
Coming
PvP.
In second, it's Mr. 17 DPS himself, the Druid. And
Druid
is kind of in the same spot that they've always been in. They're very, very weak leveling up and probably for speed farming, even though we are seeing some very nice theory crafted builds emerge like Trample Slide and Pulverize. But they're going to excel in the end game, and I think they're going to be able to stay alive, and they're going to pump out a ton of damage. Man. Thanks to whoever's designing it has given them a lot of legendary powers and synergies between.
So like what is the 0 DPS Druid? That one is like a super support one. Even though, like, I don't think there is necessarily like a 0 DPS unless you literally don't have like an actual skill. That would imply that he doesn't use. So, like, this is he played the early access, right, for 2 weeks. So I'm sure like this build is gonna emerge. I want to see like what they made with this build. But that one in Diablo 3 basically was like you wouldn't do anything. You would just support your teammates. I mean, I can see that being a thing, but with skills like Pulverize, you don't really need that much to make it OP, so...
Between them, which is going to...
But yeah, like, so the reason why leveling, like, even 5, man, leveling with Druid would... So, this is what, like a 1 to 20, 20 something, like, it's a snooze fest. Unless you get like some good legendary Druid is very freaking slow. It's like the slowest class for leveling. Nothing can compare how slow the Druid leveling is. But then is like after 20, man, he just like starts rising in power, in power, in power, in power, in power. That's why in endgame he's like second, because he just keeps like it propels him to like such a. It's insane. Like his power spike is gonna be insane.
Tell them in the endgame. We're leveling.
And same is gonna be with like Barb.
Druids, vanilla Druids.
Barb is probably like
even
more
very
than that.
Rough time. Some of the best powers that you could get, like the pulverized shockwave and the tornado, seeks it.
That shockwave thing, 130 with power. If I can get that thing to drop, that thing is gonna be insane.
So you're just at the mercy of what drops. If one of those powers drops for you, then all of a sudden you're just destroying. If
it's
you know
not
how
fun
to
because
properly
everyone and their brother will be playing it.
But just as
honestly,
I don't know, man. It's a bit rough. You're gonna have to farm quite a few codex.
Bro, Templar are gonna be playing them, right?
Legendaries.
Like people are gonna hate it. I'm not really sure. Like I don't think it's gonna be one of the most popular classes, right? Because everybody's gonna play it. They won't even be able to properly kill the tutorial boss. It's gonna be so slow. Then they're gonna like reroll and they're gonna take Necro, and the Necro is gonna like 3-shot the first tutorial boss, easy peasy, and everybody's gonna be holy crap. Yeah, it's gonna be Barb, Source, Rogues. Everybody are better. Like Druid is gonna kill like first boss in a half an hour.
Damage. It really just comes down to speed itself. Trample slide won't be too bad.
I was shocked. Well, did they play it in a beta?
Run across the screen and throw landslides.
I freaking loved it. Like I loved it, but it was definitely the slowest of the old classes I leveled.
That's not fun. Pulverize will do great with the shockwave. And that's going to be one of their best speed farming builds. But again, it's the movement in between that is nowhere near as good as like a sorcerer's teleport or let's say a rogue with the double dash. In the end game, they're going to do incredible. The pulverized build is going to absolutely smash. Trample slide will be good. Tornado will be good. Maybe shred will be good. We'll have to see. They're definitely going to clear the end game, and they're probably going to do it a lot easier than most of the classes. In groups, they're extremely desired. They have some incredible buffs. They can apply 70% damage reduction.
70%? Wait, we can apply 70%? Okay.
Reduced damage from enemies. And
oh, dude, yeah, pulverize plus. But wait,
they can give you their cycle.
How the hell do you get 70 though? Like, okay, I think that's a maxed out. It reduces. So debilitating roar doesn't like increase. It just reduce cooldown. I need to see like what the hell is a 71. So why is Barb so good? The thing about Barbarian, right? If you played like Diablo 3, it was the same thing. Like, well, he starts off slow, but in Diablo 4, for instance, he's the only class who can have like 4 more legendaries than anybody else. So all the items that you can equip, they can all have a legendary power. And Barbarian has like 6 weapon slots. The closest to him is a rogue with 4, but that means that he can get like an extra 2, but Barbarian gets like 4 extra legendary powers compared to anybody else. And that is insane. Like once people figure out like the proper builds, it's gonna be insane.
Also mitigates against physical damage and things like that. So Druids are gonna be one of the ultimate classes to keep you alive, and they're just gonna hit really hard.
And also like 3 shouts. That's one more thing. While Druid is the best support for like healing and debuffing, Barbarian is the strongest buffer in a game. He has everything, man. Attack speed, movement speed. It gives you like flat damage bonus from the shout. It's insane. Like he's absolutely full offensive support. It's the best one. Is there a range Barb? Probably, yeah. Probably there's gonna be
So
like
you
I didn't
won't wanna
really
use
like
them.
play. I only played like
For
Whirlwind because I
casuals,
freaking love
again,
Whirlwind.
the vanilla Druid experience, if you're not following a build guide and you don't know what to do and you just pick some random skills, it's just not going to work. It's not going to feel good.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing in the end game. They come online when you connect all the right builds and legendary powers together. I don't think a casual not watching a guide is going to be able to put it together very well, and that's probably going to put them in dead last.
Yeah, and because of that, like if you haven't experienced Druid, you're gonna hate playing him in Diablo 4. Like unless you know what the hell you're doing, you're gonna absolutely hate it, man.
But overall, I put them in
I like the
number
runes
2
on his
because
armor. Yeah, I really
mostly
hope like
because of their
we
ability
can.
in the
We
end
didn't
game
see like
and
too
in
many of the
group
end
play.
game, like
Once a druid does come online, they are going to destroy everything.
like the end game
It's
skins.
what all the signs are pointing
He's
to.
a chunky boy
Their
though.
best launch builds are Pulverize, Trample Slide, Tornado, maybe Shred will get there in the end game, and the Z Druid, which is a support druid. The Z stands for 0 damage, meaning they just support the group. There will be support builds in the game, and I think the Z Druid is looking like one of the best ones currently. Season 1, we definitely need a better
I'll
leveling
need to see
experience that
the
would
Z
bring
Druid build
the
if they made
druids,
one, because like I
rankings
said, like
higher,
this is the
and
review build they
need
had.
more speed, kind of like a necro problem. And finally, my vote for what I think is going to be the best class.
Dude, look at this. Groups, end game. Like for groups, this is a no-brainer, man. For groups, absolutely insane. He has like 3 different freaking 3 shows that can buff, and like one that like it's insane. Like this class is insane. Barbarian is just insane.
In Diablo 4 on the launch is the Barbarian. But this is a little bit deceiving. The Barbarian is essentially getting carried by one build. They nerfed a single build here, which is Whirlwind. It would send Barbs tumbling down the tier list, and they're going to be in really bad shape. For leveling, I think they're just the worst. There is no great option. I have theory-crafted Barbarian and played Barbarian more than any other class.
So like if Rex says that, man, he played insane amount of like he played like entire D3, right? So like he lives and breathes this game, and he plays Barbarian as a main. And if he says like it's fucking trash,
there's no real way to solve the problems either. You can get the Hoda power, which makes it tolerable. There's nothing for upheaval. There's really nothing for double swing. And you could just go vanilla Rend. But the problem with Rend is it's a frontal cone with almost no coverage, no AoE.
Yeah, it's fucking ass AoE, but it like destroys bosses.
Skill shot everything, even with that. So it's really not good news for leveling for Barbarians. It doesn't get good until the end game. For speeds, they have Whirlwind, and once Whirlwind comes online, when you have your infinite shouts, Whirlwind destroys the game. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and it's got
pretty much spin to win, man. Easy game,
which are going to just dominate. I don't know if you guys can hear Callie drinking water in the background. Damn, she's thirsty. In the end game, I think they're going to be the best. If you have a fully powered, assuming full power, it's going to be like Pulverized Druid versus a Whirlwind Barbarian.
I hate that skin in all games.
Everything. If you can get the Grandfather and you can get the unique gloves.
For me, it's like my favorite build with Barbarian, man. I've always freaking loved the Whirlwind build.
Everything for you. Another thing is you're always dealing damage while you're moving. It does kind of suck that you have to get in there in melee range, but once you move away, your bleeding damage is
it is strong, but I know that a lot of people dislike the playstyle.
Barbarians are just very natural.
It's a very like passive playstyle, so
Whirlwind alone,
for me that's a problem. Like I don't like the summoners in general. Like I like this idea of summoner, but like no game actually did it like justice properly, because it's a very passive playstyle, right? I feel like as a summoner you should be able to do much more. Like buffing and just buffing the pets is not enough. Like debuffing the bosses is not enough, man. It can be better though. PoE gets close, but it can be better though. I feel like there needs to be like some kind of like interaction with your pets that is more meaningful. But yeah, definitely like PoE has like one of the it's the best one when it comes to that, but it has like so many like different skills as well. I haven't played it in like a long time.
Groups, they're probably the best. If you spec'd a druid fully for groups, they could potentially outshine the barbarian. But the great thing about the barbarian is the barbarian already takes all the group stuff mostly in their builds anyway. If I'm playing Whirlwind, I already take all the shouts and pump them up, and I'll give them to you all the time. So I can do massive damage while giving you a ton of utility, which is why the barbarians are so great. For casuals, again, not following anything, the leveling experience is going to be very rough. Most of them will end up probably just going for spin to win whirlwind, and that will be a great option for them. Once they slap on a couple of those powers, it will start to do work for them. And it's kind of hard to go wrong as you get further in the tree. When they take some of the ultimates like Call of the Ancients, it will start to carry them, and they will feel very tanky. So they should do okay in barbarians, with barbarians after the leveling process. Overall, I'd put barbarians at number 1. Their best build by far in the endgame, by a huge margin, is whirlwind. And then Hoda's good for leveling along with Rend. We're trying to see if we can make the Thorns barb work in the endgame. We'll have to theory craft that. And a support barb, I think one day may definitely be a thing.
Okay, so all this like Z barb, so they haven't really theory crafted this one yet. So this is like something for the future, so I'm guessing same with the Druid. Barbs, there is no like heavy or like light armor in this game.
One, we need a better leveling experience, and we need more.
There is no like
options than
such a
Whirlwind.
thing. So
And may God have mercy on our souls if Whirlwind.
it
is
has like a
nerfed
cool
on day
looking
one.
armor though.
I don't
That's
know what
I
we're
agree. It's both like.
And here is a quick summary sheet.
Okay, let's see Necro, man. Remember, like one is the best. Necro doesn't. Necro has like 1 2. There it is, man. So by looking at this though, like overall, you see like 2 classes that excel at like a specific thing. So both leveling and speed, like Rogue, as I said. I necessarily don't agree with this one though. Like especially the end game, I agree because like it's gonna be the hardest one to play. The groups one, I feel like Rogue is gonna be, it's gonna have like it's gonna bring the insane single target DPS on the bosses, which is like the only thing that actually matters in the end. Also, Sork, like the fact that Fireball works for entire group is insane. So basically, it's like this: you take Sork, Druid, and Barb, and Necro and Rogue like fight for the last spot, I guess. That's what is gonna become of the meta for the game.
How all the classes broke down in the end. If you'd like to take a moment and pause the video and reflect on it, here's the overall rankings. Well, that concludes my Diablo 4 global launch class tier list. Anyone who has been in my channel for a long time has probably seen this video like
that was a good video, man. So this is from Rax. As I said, like he's pretty much living and breathing like anything like when it comes to Diablo. So go if you want to check the video out for yourself. There it is, man. Necro fighting Rogue says basically wait for Necro or hope the Rogue doesn't die too fast. Yeah. But the thing is, though, Rogue is gonna always be there, and you're gonna debuff everything with the supports, right? Like the Druids and Barbar are gonna keep you alive, so easy peasy, man. Don't have to worry about anything. All right, let's. What time is it? 10:40. So let's see over here, man. What else did I want to do? I think like is there like any other like build stuff that I want to do? Like we could see like let's switch and make the. If you guys have like any other video that you want to watch, like let me know. We're gonna see here. Sorcerer is the next one. Let me see. Like I haven't really touched Sorcerers apart from like playing it for the first time. I played when like Hydra was OP, right? So I would just like play Hydra and that's it. I was done. What is even like which of these is like the best one to take even? Because like it's gonna be the 3rd class I want to level up. Well, maybe like a 4th, like depending, like either this one or a Rogue is gonna be the 3rd one. So I don't know. I'll see how I feel about it. The guy forgot about something. The best waifu class. Okay, so if I were gonna be basing them around the waifu, like it would be like this. Rogue would be the first one, top tier, like triple S tier, man. It would be followed by Barbarian. Then it would be a Sorceress. Then it would be like the Necro. Then in the last would be the Druid. Like Crack Fiend. Yeah, but well, some people are into Crack Fiends also. But for me, it's like a B tier. For somebody, it would be like triple S tier. So you know how it is. Cross strikes a strong argument, man. Damn right I do. So if like, I feel like that one should like, damn commercial I'm missing. it misses the waifu tier list, dude. The waifu tier list, okay? So, like, oh yeah. So for you who haven't seen it here, this is one of like the tips for like the new players. Let me get this one in. But we can make the waifu tier list over here, dude. If I can actually find the goddamn thing, where was it? Text documented this one as well. Alright, let's bring back the music. Okay, this one. Right, so this is what we made earlier, so I need to like still add more stuff like on this one right here. So we got the tips for new players for reaching level 50, right? So depending like, as I said, like world tier, so this is like a difficulty level, like difficulty setting. This is something that I would recommend to everybody, like no matter the class you're playing. The one that could probably like get away from this one is the Necro, because the Necro is just like, you get to level 5, then you don't really care, man. You have like that one skill that literally works on Necro, everything is trash. So difficulty world tier 1, because like as I said, unless things die very fast, you really don't have like a reason to play on 2. You get only like 15% more XP. The loot doesn't change. The loot is the same. The loot changes only when you go to world tier 3, which is like after you finish the story. So this is definitely the first thing I would suggest. And clearing dungeon for aspect of protector. This is the aspect is like right this one. It's the dungeon that is literally at the beginning of the game. So you would like go to town, finish like tutorial and leave and grab this one. Damage gun and elite grants you a barrier absorbing damage for 10 seconds, and it's refreshes every 30 seconds. Like this one is gonna carry you through leveling, man. Survivability, this is the best skill you can get. Like the best aspect, like easily the best aspect to get. Like this is gonna be the first thing I'm gonna rush with Druid. Alright, let's get back to the list. Would build around any good legendary power that drops. This goes without saying, like, you can follow any build guide, but if you get a legendary for a specific, like, skill, it's so much worth to take it, though. Like, I would switch instantly no matter what, and especially, like, first, like, 30 levels doesn't really matter. You can, like, reroll a million times. It doesn't really cost much, and I don't think it even costs anything up to, like, level 20 or something. Like, after that, it, like, starts, like, increasing. But it's not that much anyway. Oh yeah, would avoid imprinting, so like putting a legendary power, any offensive power, you would put it on amulet instead of like a main weapon. Reason being, like your main damage weapon is basically, this is where like all your damage is based around. So if you're playing, so for example, if you play something like a rogue, right? You have like 4 different weapons here. You have like a dual wield one. You have like dual wield 1, a dual wield weapon 2, and then you have like a ranged weapon, right? The thing about this one is if you play like a penetrating shot, which is like a ranged skill. So if you play like this, you can have like a best like a dagger in the entire game, right? It can be like level 70. This thing won't scale off your weapon. It's gonna take the stats if they buff like damage to close enemies and stuff like that, but it won't affect whatsoever the penetrating shot because it's a ranged skill. So it's only affected by the by your ranged weapon damage. So, and that is so if you play with a ranged rogue build, you want your bow to be like the highest item level as possible, because like obviously higher item level means like higher damage range, and that is where like all the scaling is done from. So keep that in mind. So, and you don't want to like so if you find like a great weapon and you want to like you find like a great weapon which is a rare and you imprint it, the thing about it is like you will lose that imprint especially if it's like coming from the power that doesn't come from a codex. So yeah, would definitely avoid like imprinting anything on your main weapon while leveling. It is just waste of time, like waste of money and resources and everything though. As I said, you can always equip it on like one of the daggers. You don't really need to change the daggers all that much. If you find ones with like a decent like stats, because they're basically a stat stick if you play with the ranged one. So you put like power on it and you just forget about it. And you change like every 20 levels or something, you don't really care. Because like the stats themselves only change after like a certain item level is reached. And where is the other ones? Alright, flask. This one like should be self-explanatory, man. Just grab all the herbs you can get around the map, because 5 extra XP is 5 extra XP, right? You don't really need to do anything, you just pop a potion. It's so easy to do, and like you should always have like a bunch of them. The first one you get is the one for the thorns, which is pretty much best for you. The buff pots, yeah. And they last for like 30 minutes. I would suggest here like thorns is great for like the barbarian druid. Not really as much for a rogue, because you don't really want to get hit as a rogue. But I would get attack speed one. Attack speed one is probably like the best. Remember, you can like switch the materials. Anyone who's getting hit, yeah, pretty much that one. But even they could benefit from the attack speed one. Remember, like every attack in a game has like its own like attack speed, right? So attack speed bonifier is like huge for pretty much everybody, especially for leveling. You're gonna notice this one. This is like one of those like values that you're gonna notice the most. And it's like 9% I think you get from it. Would focus main quest and dungeons that provide. So this one is more of like a personal thing. You don't really need to spend too much time like in one zone like clearing everything. If you want to like clear everything, go right ahead. But the thing is like this kind of games, right? You can always come back. The enemies are gonna scale. All those like most of the stuff from like the quests that you get from the side quests is not really that important. It's like more mats. You don't really need them because you're not gonna be spamming like too much of like crafting or anything like that. So you want to focus on the main quest and the dungeons themselves. There is like 130 dungeons, man. If you plan to do every one while leveling, you will never like finish leveling process. It's gonna take you like 30 days, man. So I would just focus on ones that you actually need. That's why like following, you don't even need to follow a guide, right? Like you in a game you can see like okay, this aspect drops from that boss. It's gonna mark it on a map and you can just run there. I will probably like make the actual like map like pathing. We're probably gonna be doing that one tomorrow. Like now that I have like the builds, which dungeons I need to visit. So I'm just gonna like make basically my build is gonna be following the main quest, to follow a dungeons like and follow like all those like class specific quests. But yeah, main quest gives like double the XP as well. Obviously you need it for the story, you need it for the mount, and you need it to progress to the next difficulty. So I wouldn't really focus too much on a side quest. And the same goes with the shrines, right? Like okay, I can grab like put like 7 here as well. Like actually no, like we're gonna put it at like 14, so I don't have to worry about it. Grab only some Lilith shrines to grab shrines for like for a skill point in a map. Actually, where was that one? That can go into this one. Like no need. So like Lilith shrines, they give the buffs, right? If you grab them all, but the buff is so insignificant while leveling, man. Like you get like +2 to strength, +2 to so. No need to grab every Lilith shrine while leveling. You can always like come back. So all of these things you should come back to do like later on. Maybe with a different class you go different like side, then you like unlock those. But you really don't need much to grab the skill points from like a reputation system, and you just move on, man. Would dismantle everything. So this one doesn't need to be like level 25. So starting from like as soon as you start leveling, I would dismantle absolutely everything. You don't really need gold. You will get gold naturally by just killing stuff, but I would dismantle absolutely everything and anything, because you're gonna need all those mats. And after 25, just like rares and legendaries, keep in mind that the legendaries themselves can be, which is gonna like go into the other one. We're gonna get into it. That should have probably been like the next one. You can extract like a legendary power that is like a trash that you don't really need. And you can sell it for more gold than the actual item itself, if you don't want to dismantle. In the Smash, I had to drop a lot of stuff. Well, that means that you just were grabbing pretty much like the way that I'm doing things. I grab like the blue, can dismantle till that one town. I mean, you're talking about like very early tutorial, right? You can town portal into the town and dismantle everything. You can always like press T and town portal. So don't grab. You can grab them at the beginning, right? But as soon as like you start getting like rares, I don't bother with those. Even if it like that is the thing though. Like the white one gives you like you really don't get too much benefit from getting those materials. At least I didn't feel like I needed it. I always had like bunch of the basic materials because like depending on the rarity you get like more. So maybe it's gonna be worthwhile. It's not like Diablo 3 though. I didn't feel like it was like a Diablo 3 materials where like grabbing whites was like important. So you would like grab every single one because you would need those mats. Even later that one didn't matter because you could like transfer them via cubes. So upgrade often. Yeah, like, but you were limited. You won't be upgrading often, like, in the leveling. That was for the beta, because, like, at the beta you had, like, a very limited level range, because you won't be leveling. The only thing that you should be, like, maybe upgrading once or twice is, like, your main weapon, if you're, like, if it's falling behind. So, yeah, like, I wouldn't... that's my personal opinion. Like, I don't grab too many items starting like at around like 15-20. I don't grab like the basic items like the white ones, so I can go further and just grab like rares and blues to dismantle because of the value. Like, I don't care for like the gold value that much, so you just zoom. Yeah, like, well, it's more about the efficiency though. You can always go like personally you will get like a lot more, man. It does slow you down quite a bit if you have to go like every 5 minutes, right? Because like they drop a lot of basic items, like a lot of like white items drop from everywhere. So for me, like, I always need to learn that. I think like a lot of new players, especially players who never played action RPGs, get sucked into that part where like loot is loot, right? Like you see it on the ground, like you need it. You feel like you're missing out if you don't take it. So that is something that you need to get used to. Like, over the years, like, you get a sense that at one point, like, okay, I'm over this. That's why, like, they are working on a loot filter. From what I understand, there is gonna be, like, a loot filter. It won't be at a release. But once we get that, man, you won't even get them, like, even for, like, basic leveling, you won't grab, like, the whites. Yeah, like in PoE. It's gonna be huge. Like, this game definitely is gonna need it. So, which part do we got? Okay, we got to like number 9. Focus on defensive skills, okay. This one we watched Creparian video, which I suggest to everybody as well, especially like if you're a new one, if you want to like understand the systems. But defensive skill is like one of the most important things like in this game. Especially like if you play like a rogue, right? Rogue has like those like blade thingies, like shroud, whatever it was called. You need to have like a proper defensive skill, and it needs to be as high possible like percentage value. So for example, like all these builds that we made, like my builds, like here, like polarized build, debilitating roar, this one is, oh wait, it is a 70% damage reduction. Okay, this one is insane. I thought it was 40, so 70% damage reduction. Like this skill alone is insane. So Druid basically grabbed that, absolutely busted. We have that one in there. Like, you want to have, like, every time you play a class, you want to have, like, same with, so with Barbarian, it was a challenging shout. So 56% damage reduction. You want to have at least, like, one kind of skill that is doing something like this. Like, you need defensive skills. Like, there is no way around it. You will die no matter what class if you don't have some sort of like mitigation. I didn't take it on like my tornado build because my tornado build is I do have like a barrier. I do have like ways to like mitigate damage as a druid. So this one doesn't have it, but pretty much any other druid build is gonna have it. So let me get back to the thing. So very important, like this one is probably like one of the main things that you should be focusing though. Invest into vulnerable sources, 100% uptime. You won't have 100% uptime, but this is your best damage multiplier in the entire game. Vulnerable, like if you don't have this and if you are not doing it constantly, your build sucks. That's it. Like there is like nothing else to say about that. You need it, it's best, and it's very easy to get. Like most classes get like very easy access to it. If not there, you can get it through like you can get it through the nodes in the Paragon system. Get 45 class has access to it. This one also, like Druid, Barbarian, for super easy. I think who was the third one? I think like Necro was the third one that has access to it. I don't know, I haven't played Necro that much. But yeah, Fortify is very easy to get with both of those classes, and you should definitely get as much of it. And this is another form of like defensive option on top of like defensive skills, so, and it can hugely buff your damage as well, because it's like one source of like a damage modifier as well. Okay, this is the one that I was talking about. If you're in a, like, if you really need like a huge source of gold, as you keep leveling, you will find all this bunch of legendaries, right? You will keep extracting like some of the legendary powers. Maybe some you won't. Maybe you're just gonna dismantle the item itself instantly. But if you don't dismantle the item, you can extract the power and sell that power for much more gold than the actual item value. Like, this is something that people often overlooked. So if you find like a legendary that is really not that good for your class, but you need gold, you can sell like you sell item for like 2,000 gold, but you can sell the power for like 15,000+ gold. So this one is definitely worth like much more. To vendors. You can't trade legendaries with players. The only thing that you can trade with players is the rares. And I will need to update this one, like, but so far, like, this is what we got. There isn't really like all that much there is to it. Oh yeah, and like what we talked about earlier, man. Waifu tier list, dude. So this one, right? We're gonna go with like a triple S. Then we're gonna go with like an S tier. Then we're gonna go with like a tier and a B tier, and like this is gonna be like a super D tier, because Druid, man. Druid, like, I'm gonna put already. We're putting Druid there already. This is like the waifu tier list, okay? So we're gonna go with the B tier. Here we are gonna put the Necromancer. Like, as I said, like this one is like a... What is a waifu? What is a waifu? This is a waifu. Where is it? This is a waifu. This is a waifu. Also Booba. And like, where is the next one? This is a waifu. And I mean, this can be a waifu as well. This can be your waifu as well if you want it. Like, I don't judge, man. It's up to you, man. So, triple S. Now that sounds like a crow, man. Hey, listen. Yes. Okay, so for B tier we got Necro here. See, Necro, at least on one, Enigma, at least one on the tier list, Necro is not last, okay? On my tier list, Necro is not last, man. So, just so you know. Alright, here we have Source, and for S tier, this one would definitely go to Barbarian. I can type, by the way, and for the triple S tier, now this one just goes to Rogue, dude. Jinxter, no. Like, this was like the waifu tier list. Like, this is like personal, man. But for the leveling tier list, I can make a tier list for leveling. That one is like quite easy. Actually, we have it here. Like, I kinda agree with him. So Rex made one. They like the look of the character. Yeah, so like for the leveling part, I mean, if I would making one, it would be like in a leveling tier list. He was pretty much correct on the fact that for like a rogue, I wouldn't like necessarily put a rogue first. I would put like honestly Necro for leveling, man. For me personally, I think like a Necro was absolutely insane. You get Bone Spear, you don't have to do anything. Like maybe that changes like after like level 30, but I know that it was a snooze fest. Like, this was so good that I didn't want to bother playing. Like, Necro leveling was so easy that I got bored leveling, because it was that easy. Compared to somebody like Druid, which by the way is gonna be last again, which is funny though. Necro strong early but star slow, yeah. Rogue would definitely be my second one. Like, that one, I would argue with Sork being there, because she's like super strong as well, like early level. Like, she was probably like the most balanced, I would say, like a most well-around class. But Rogue was, he was just blasting through everything, man. One penetrating shot, you would like stealth, put out of stealth, penetrating shot, crit, and everything would just blast away. I haven't played it in like the last one, so I'm not sure like if all those nerfs affected too much. And that was like not the best build. Remember, like Rogue has like twisting blades, like that one is even like more faster than the other one because of the energy regen. For 4 would be Barbarian. Barbarian is like the one. It wasn't as bad though. Like a Rend would put it somewhere around like Sork. Rend build is like the one that was like decently fast. He does pick up, but like he was definitely better than a Druid though. Druid wouldn't even be at a... Honestly, if I would make a tier list, Druid would be like 7, man. Yeah, he would be like something like number 7, man. He would like skip 5 and 6, he would be a 7 Druid, man. Because he's that slow, though. Just like a... And this is the reason if your friends are planning to play Druid, like first, the tutorial boss is gonna be rough, right? Unless he's gonna play in a group, this is the slowest class in the freaking game, man. When it comes to like leveling, like first 10 levels, absolute ass. Like it's so bad. It's I can't explain it, man. I leveled like 4 druids. I leveled 4 druids. I leveled like 2 rogues. I leveled 2 sorks and I leveled 2 barbs. Barbarian overall felt like so much nicer, but Druid was no matter what, man. You just can't make him be faster, like be stronger at the beginning. There is no way, man. You can try anything. I tried every single freaking build that I could, every single one, and the first boss was like always so slow. Like Necro could kill Necro can kill the first tutorial boss like 3 times before Druid kills it once. 3 times, like at least 3 times. Rogue was like somewhere like around the same, so. And the only thing that he needs is like he doesn't even need like a bone spear. He can do like anything else. But yeah, it was that big of a difference, like just from like the first leveling. And like when I say leveling tier list, I went from like the first 10 levels. But while this one does improve when he gets to like level 5, at around level 20 he gets like normal. Druid is like a normal speed. He can like, but I don't think he will ever like overtake anybody. Necro's only issue is the speed though. Speed would put him like a bit below a rogue, because like rogue will pick up, while Necro is gonna stay consistent, but he's gonna still stay the slowest. So yeah, everybody like rating them for that is basically it. I was played, yeah. And you played on World Tier 2. As I said, like World Tier 2 is, unless you're clearing everything super fast and you want kind of a challenge, because you really don't gain much. 15% XP and gold, especially while leveling, is not that much, man. Unless you kill the bosses in a reasonable time frame, I would always drop it to World Tier 1. I haven't played like, that was like I think the best build for Sork while leveling in the Slam. But there is literally no point, because you don't get more gear. Like, there is no more loot. If there was any percentage to the loot drops, it would be worth it. Like, it would have a value, but as it stands, it doesn't have a value. Suffer. I did the same. I would definitely not suggest. Whoever tries, I tried World Tier 2 as a barbarian, like as a druid, and it was the most excruciating experience, man. Leveling as a druid on World Tier 2, especially the first 10 levels, was the most excruciating experience, man. If you want pain, man, that is what you do. That is what you do. But yeah, chat, I think like we're gonna like do just like we did yesterday. I'm gonna like make one run in. We are done for like a theory crafting for today. For tomorrow, what we are gonna do is I'm gonna grab one of those interactive maps. I need to make like. See where all the shrines are. Like we're gonna make a path how we're gonna level. That is not gonna include the main quest. It's just gonna include like where the dungeons are, so I know like technically which way I want to go. And yeah, like you can get tier 3 is basically after the story. So that's why I said it's very important for people to like to not stick around and like do everything. This is not your classical not your classical like MMO where you just do quests and like get XP. You want to get to like level 50 or close to it fast, and you will get there by just like doing main quest and like dungeon and like event and side thing as you go. But you really want to push for the mount. That's the first thing, mount, and you want to push the story so you can do the capstone dungeon and get to world tier 3. Then after that, it's okay if you want to do side quests, because they should technically give you more, because like a higher difficulty, right? And like killing stuff there has a chance of actually getting you decent gear. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about like doing too much of the side content before you finish the game. Because it's always gonna be there, it's always gonna scale. So because of the level scaling, there is no reason to do everything as you go. But if you want to, like we tried, I did that in like the beta, right? Like in a beta, it really didn't. I really didn't feel that I got too much. I got like a bunch of mats, but like those mats were like kinda useless because I wasn't really getting like that much gear. Because you don't really get gear from like doing side content, like when you call like side quests. It's more about like getting the extra dungeon materials and stuff like that. Like crafting materials, not dungeon materials. But you do get the quest to clear dungeons and like reputation. I guess reputation is one thing. You get XP, but it's like a main quest gives double the XP than the side quest. And some side quests are so long, or they take you into the dungeon itself. So like, but while running dungeon is fine, but you could have done like one main quest probably at the same amount of time and get like double XP and like unlock a new area. Maybe got like a new like access to something new. So yeah, I think it's all about like efficiency though. I like to be efficient when it comes to like stuff like that. So anyhow, we are the dungeon main. For that is for like the theory crafting. We're gonna do like 2 runs in Halls of Torment, I think. Where is the game? I'm gonna do 2, maybe 1 or 2 runs, and we're gonna call it a day. As I said, tomorrow we're gonna finalize what we have. I will look tonight into like what people who had like early access, right? What kind of builds they came up with. I want to see like what changed. Or, like did they find something like some broken interactions or something that is like super good. But overall, we pretty much made all the builds that I wanted to try, like early. As I said, my plan for this release is get every class to 100 before the season starts. It shouldn't be like that difficult, I think. But we still don't know like how much time-wise. Developers said like 150 hours, but there is no way you need like 150 hours to get to max level, man. That is like for the super casual players. So I'm thinking like more about like around like 60-hour mark is gonna be just like if you blast for the levels. Maybe like even that one is like too much, man. 60-70 hours. Alright, so we are gonna be turning this one off, the text documento. Okay, let me turn all of these off. Wait, where is my damn thing? Alright.